Check 1, 2. Mic check. Check 1, 2. Mic check. Good morning, Chaz. How are you, brother? Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Blind Nestal. Good morning, brother. How are you? Hold on a second. I gotta make start this here. Gotta make Blind Nestal a moderator here. Bam. Blind Nestal, you are now a moderator. Blind Nestal, you are now a moderator inside of YouTube, brother. Finally got to see you in here this morning. All right, let's get right into it this morning. I got a couple things I got to do. Got some technical stuff in the background I got to do. Hang tight one moment. Blind Nest Owl, can you make a comment in the YouTube chat? I want to make sure that I made you a moderator. Let's see here. There we go. There is the post there. Good morning, everybody. Happy Fed Day, Fed rate decision day. Did I make you a moderator? Hold on, I gotta make I thought he was in YouTube. Hold on, let me check to see if I made Blind Nest Owl a mod here. How do I gotta make him a mod? Oh shoot. How do I do this shit, dude? No, not mod comments. There we go. Okay, so let's see, Discord mod. Okay. I don't know how to. Give me a second here, guys. Trying to make some mods here. See if Blind Nest Owl, good morning. How are you? Can you make a comment in Twitch then? And I want to see if you're a mod now. Sweet, you are a mod. All right, good. Good morning. Morning, everybody out there. How's everybody doing? If you are just joining us, a couple things here. That's 9:30. We're coming off of the First of all, we're coming right off the open here. I want you to see something here. There is, off this bell right here, there is a bear plane. We didn't have time, right? Right off this bell, they're not even waiting. They're trying right here to, right off the immediate bell, to start selling. Just be aware of this sell right here. They didn't even wait. Boom. Bear plane off the bell. You see the, look down below, you see the little demand down there. So you got a little bit of a carpet right here, right? A little bit of a rug here. So they're already trying it. They didn't even wait. Immediately off the bell, they're trying to sell this. A couple comments for you off this bell this morning. You see that aeroplane right there, right off the bell, baby. Nobody's business. Hold on one second here. Right off the bell, man. Bam, right at 9:30. They didn't even wait. It was like Cap's trying to sell the bell. Let's start selling. I was in Discord. I'm like, I'm trying to sell that fucking bell. I didn't even get a chance to sell it. Hold on, here we I think I gotta log out here. Let me log out. Says I have a bunch of puts. So on yesterday's close, I actually did add some puts. Hold on here. I gotta reset my entire thing. Actually, I didn't tell anybody. I told 2 people. Oh, hold on. Trade the trigger. Not trade the trigger. Tasty. Ah, damn. Wrong fucking. Hold on a second here. Trying to do this on the wrong computer. Dude, seriously. Hold on a second. I'm having some tasty trade issues this morning. Having some trade portfolio. Okay, sweet. I'm just checking my portfolio here. Hold on. So you do me a solid this morning. If you're a follower, if you're watching this program, if you would do me a solid today. It's been a long week already, right? I'm assuming that all of you feel like, I was talking to Joey Donut, and I was like, man, I think maybe it was Winky, maybe not, it wasn't Joey. I was like, I feel like it's Friday. This was yesterday. It was like this past some weeks, get a weekend off, no big deal. Other weeks, you feel like you're refreshed. It feels like last week and this week never ended with the way the market's trading, right? So feels like an extra long week. And whenever I come into these end of these quarterly OPEXs, like by the time we get to the 30th, I'm fucking done. I'm like, I think the last 2 weeks, I'm like, this is enough. I've had enough. I need a break. I think a lot of you probably feel like that too as we head into these quad witchings that they just like drag on. I'm fine and happy this morning, but I'm already starting to feel it. Like I'm already like, is it summer vacation time? Is it quarterly OPEX vacation time? But if you're just joining us, welcome. Good morning. Happy Fed rate decision day. Been working up to this for a period of time, right? People have been waiting for this. Everyone's made their opinions known, their technical knowledge known, how intelligent they are. The smartest people in the room are out there talking. It's all good to see, great to read. If you could do me a solid, I posted on Captain Jim James Twitter. Not the @Captain's Alpha, but Captain Jim James. If you find me on Twitter, if you could repost the link to the live stream for today, so that your followers can pop into the live stream today, I'd appreciate it. If I get 10 reposts, I will open up the chat on YouTube for FOMC rate decision day so that everybody can talk in the chat today. So 10 retweets. I've never asked that before. It's the first time, so I'll ask that once. Never once. Couple of years, right? 2-3 years. Never once asked that. So if I get 10 retweets, you don't have to do anything to chat and YouTube today. I'll open it up to everybody. We got Jesus, you guys are crazy. All right, here we go. You guys are hilarious. I love all of you out there. Give me a second. They want you guys to chat today. You guys are, I'll tell you what, they love you guys today. So they want to have everybody in the chat today. So here we go. I'm going to open up the chat to everybody. Not to the Russian bots. You still have to subscribe, but that's free. So any duration subscribers, that doesn't cost $1. And you can join us in the chat today. You can join us in the chat today on YouTube. So if you're on YouTube, you can now join us in the chat. I do ask for you today. You know, when it's time to shit post and all that, that's fine. I'm down with all that. If we get serious at any point, please bear with us and try to keep it focused on the market. We do have a news squawk this morning for you, so you will have access to the interpretation of the Fed rate decision. We will also have the Fed rate decision playing for you live. You'll get my commentary on it. We might have a few guests on today. Sometimes we do during these rate decisions. You can see the bear plane right here. I really appreciate you guys doing that just now. 100%. I really appreciate it. I want to tell you guys, I just saw what you guys did on Twitter. And I love all of you guys for doing that right now. It's been a long road, right? A long journey. I was talking to someone this morning that I really trust, and some of you guys have been here since the beginning. When we were bottoming out last May, last October, last December, remember the sideways trade that we thought was going to crash and we went up? All of you that have been there, sell side, buy side, I don't care. When we were talking about all that macro stuff, about DCAing these bottoms that will look back in 3 to 5 years, sooner than that, I guess, right? Looking back now, and it was a tradable bottom to buy. So congratulations to any of you out there that have done that. There weren't that many voices on those bottoms. Jedi Marcus was one of them. You know, there's a few people out there, but it wasn't the loudness, right? It was a very small group of traders that were buying those bottoms. So I'm appreciative to those guys with time in market and years in market and that kind of stuff that were the voice of sanity. And those same voices are out there right now, the voice of sanity, talking about the dangers for where we are in the market. Last night I made a post about even if we get a pause or something like that today, do we squeeze for liquidity on that move? So maybe this morning we can do a poll. Our polls are pretty good. We do a pretty good job. I gotta say something, man. Our polls they started out like 60, 70%, but we've been watching them and our polls are outstanding here. We ask our watchers and followers, listeners, to not give an emotional response, to give what they really think will happen, not their positioning, not their sentiment, but what their brain tells them some of these event decisions will be or moves will be. And the response is usually dead on. So maybe this morning we can start a poll. Is Winky here this morning?
At 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from German Finance Minister Lindner, who addresses delegates at the Bow Industry Construction Summit in Berlin.
So what are we looking for on this open is, so maybe we can get Winky. Let me text Winky and see if he's around. Are you here this morning? Question mark. I mean, we can't really do anything without Winky being here, right? Guy is like solid help towards us. So number one, on these FOMC rate decisions, not every time, but oftentimes you'll get the feeling that we're going to go up here. Sometimes you'll see a move like this, and you'll see a move like this. You'll see a couple attempts to not grab liquidity, but a couple pushes up. It'll seem like we're going up. And then the hedge comes on and we dump 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Looks like they made an attempt right off the bell this morning. What we'll do today is we're going to put up a poll. I have to be honest with you. I have not been spending a lot of time on Twitter looking at Twitter sentiment. So there's been a lot of fast moving sentiment on Twitter. I didn't notice that everyone was talking about an actual pause. All right, when I saw the futures Fed fund rate and that stuff, I saw like the headlines, but I didn't know so much about the cacophony of we're getting a pause today. The betting on that trade today. So I'm fascinated to find out this morning. Croissant is going to help us out. Thanks, Croissant. I love you, brother. Can you do a poll that says, let me see if I can write this down so make sure we get this right. Hold on. How about we do 50 BPS, 25 BPS, pause, 25 BPS, no pause. There's another one in there. There's a big one in there, which is like 25 BPS pause with threat of another pause. With threat. Hold on. And no rate increase. Or just 0 BPS. How about that? So we'll do it like this. We'll do 50 BPS, 0 BPS. So 50 BPS, 0 BPS. And then we'll do 25 BPS, pause, 25 BPS, no pause. Make it simple. The no pause can include people that think that there'll be threats. And we're going to discuss that this morning because I don't know if that can happen. I was discussing that last night. Can he do like 25 BPS pause in the press release? And then can he successfully go into the presser and threaten the market? I don't know that he can do that. I'm like, that's what I think is the best thing to do, but I don't think that he can actually do that. It's too dangerous because once that press release hits the wire, the market is on, right? Fed pauses rates. Boom, splash headline. So for him to thread that needle, I don't know that he can do that. And we'll discuss, too, what your thoughts are, what a pause means. What your take on that is. They don't like to shock markets. They like to, like, increment, or at least right now, incrementally make those changes. We've seen, yeah, that's a bull for trading says 25 BPS and we're staying data dependent. Right? So that's like the pause but we're going to raise down the road. Like, they really got to thread that needle. And they don't want, so when we went into COVID, before COVID, they would shock us all the time. And they said those days were over. Jerome was like, we're not going to do that. You're going to get telegraphed in the future what's going to happen. There'll be no shocks right now. The market can't take it. And then when, of course, 2022, you saw that, well, 2020, December, we front ran. You saw the end of December, we started to front run selling spec growth, right? The bear market actually started in December of 2020. CNBC ran the stories telling you to buy it all. If any of you remember, in January of 2021, there were like headlines everywhere. Bull market's not over. Buy all this shit. You're going to love it. And sure enough, they were just selling right into you. And they did that for an entire year, right? While they propped up all this corporate debt bond stuff, right? And they were knocking legs off the chair one at a time, letting the market down slowly, attempting to have create a soft landing. And so the language in the press release has slowly been creeping towards some kind of a terminal rate at like 5.25. But they want, I think they still want the threat of future rate increases. I'm wary of, hey, this is a pause. Squeezing once again. We have this previous high back here. We have pre-market high 437.85 as a pivot. We'll leave that up so you can see it. So we have a lot to digest today. What people have been talking about on FinTwit. We have a lot to digest today. What the news people have been saying on CNBC, Bloomberg, Fox Business, all that kind of stuff. Barron's, Bloomberg, you name it. So I'm interested in where you're at today heading into this decision. Feel free to talk about it inside the stream. So we do have a poll created right now. You would want, there you go. You got a current poll, J. Powell decision. Were you able to put one on YouTube as well, Croissant? Were you able to put a poll on YouTube by chance, or not? Can somebody, one of the moderators maybe on YouTube, put that poll on as well? Hold on, I'll make you one. Okay, is anyone on? Does anyone on YouTube I can make a moderator? Can they do that right now? Who knows how to put a poll on YouTube? Erm's chiming in saying Fed rate hike odds currently 97.7% for a pause skip. Yeah, wasn't that like a 0 to Erms? Wasn't that data like 0 to 25 BPS? With a pause skip. I like the skip too. Yeah, Powell is the master of needles. Or I'll place my vote in there too. I need somebody that can, I need somebody who knows how to do a poll. Like make him a mod so they can make a poll and then take him off as a mod in a minute. Or later this morning. Let me see if I can go to the 25 BPS, no promises. You see what Matthew is saying here. I always like listen to what Matthew has to say here. What did Matthew say here? Hawkish pause. Yeah, that I like that, man. Matthew Phillip did a great one. A hawkish pause. I like that, the way you described that there. You're saying we're going to squeeze higher here? We're reversing right now? Green Man saying 0 PPS. TGT, baby, is ripping. we looked at TGT 2 days in a row, right? It was like the straight counter trade, wasn't it? TGT is not leading the new bull market. Oh, well, maybe it will start then. Let's start buying it. Okay, I got you, Zaholi Croissant. Let me make you a mod on YouTube, too. Bam, there you go. You're now a moderator on YouTube, Croissant. Dairy Doug saying pause with threats based on data. Yeah, what about Budweiser? We talked about them yesterday too, right? We were trying to make a point about Budweiser yesterday. We're looking at on a higher time frame. And it looked bullish as all fuck on a higher time frame, right? I understand the sentiment out there as to why it's down. But I always try to read into sentiment, find out why that sentiment is actually there. It's usually greed, right? Almost always greed. Ugh. Previous high, you want to see some targets to the upside? 437.80. 438.89. 440.45. Whew. Oh, we got the big red bar up there, too. We got 441.37 to 443.23. That's big old daddy up there. Amazing. Hold on here. Croissant, I want to say thanks, brother, for thanks for doing what you're doing right now, stepping in. It's not a oh yeah, it's a red fire, or Winky says he's at the dentist today. You have big shoes to fill, brother. To fill. Croissant is trying to step in. Oh, you did get DM'd by John L, imposter on Discord? Thanks for saying something. Yeah, Winky's drilling today. Hold on, I'm going to text him that right now. Hold on a second here. Winky is drilling today. Oh, man, it's so funny. Yeah, it's been Discord's been a challenge for a lot of people. They say the the bots are inside of all these DMs or inside of all these Discords. Supposedly, if we were to turn on like some kind of a subscription model that was like $1 or $5 or something, it gets rid of. That's why we turn them. That's one of the reasons we turn the memberships on for $5 on Twitch and YouTube. It cancels out all the scammers. Or like the drive-by commenters, that kind of stuff. Makes the moderator's job easier. Same thing kind of applies to Discord. When you have a free entry Discord, it's not rampant, but you attract scammers and stuff like that. Yeah, when you get a message from one of us, our names will be a different color. I think right now our names are, let me just check here. Check their names. Like Blind Nest Owl is a bright green. And I believe yeah, I'm light blue. So you want to check to see, and I think there's another way to check as well with the actual name. Yeah, you guys remember that stuff? Do you guys remember the YouTube free cam girls from Russia? We used to have like YouTube cam girls from Russia, so I had to put subscriber only on. Now, if you're watching right now for today for the FOMC, if you're watching on YouTube, you can join us in the chat. I'd say normally we keep it only open to members, but the members today did a bunch of retweets, so you guys can comment in the YouTube stream. Feel free to introduce yourself. We have a pretty easy going chat here. Yeah, you want to see what S1? We'll talk about the we're going to talk about, so your intraday pivot here, positive, negative, is 436.18. S1 435.05 over here. This is the trend. Let me see if I can, it's kind of looking wonky right now. Sometimes I get these mute some of this here real quick for you so you can get an idea of where we are. Hold on here. We'll talk about the day and what the expectations are. We're going to look at the implied move for today as well. We talked about this trend on Friday, right? How much time? The Sunday stream in Discord, we discussed bulls don't have a lot of time to get up here, right? They only have until Wednesday, and they've done it. I mean, this was a little absurd. I'll be honest with you. On Friday and on Sunday, I was like, we have a lot of running to do between here and Wednesday, and I got to give you guys hats off. Congratulations. The move was monster to get here. So this is trend here. We're going to look at where the hourly trigger is this morning. And we're going to talk about hourly trigger. We're going to talk about the daily trigger. 435 and some change. This hourly trigger is now, ready for this? Woof, right here. Look at how high that is. It's just cranking in the background of the upside. I'll show you this on another chart in just a moment. Hourly trigger, though, this is support right here. This is trend, this green bar. This is an important one to always be paying attention to. If we break this one and reject under it, this yellow line will mean nothing. It'll be a speed bump along the way. So if we break trend here and start rejecting to the downside, we will be, probably not today. You probably wouldn't see that move until after a repricing of vol crush. But your target to the downside, the daily trigger right now is at that's moved up to. It's way down here, and it's moved up to right about here, right where that gap is down there. Daily trigger's moved up. Shocker. If we have some negative news, do I think you get down here today? Likely not. So it's more about the dealers. If you get that move, if that happens, anything can happen in the stock market. We know that. But I'm not going to expect that move, that full move. We'll look at what the implied move is today in a few moments. But I just want you to see that's trend. The hourly trigger is something that you need to get under if you're a seller. You can't get underneath this. They are going to push you up and up and up and up. We'll put some ranges on here for you today of what to expect. I think somebody was saying 82 points was the implied move for today. I could be wrong on that right now. I'll take a peek in the background and see what it says. So today's implied move is 440.99. Woof. Nope, 441.03. My God. So basically this red bar, we'll bring this red bar down a little bit. That's a big implied move for today. That's abnormal for us. 433.73. Oh, someone's going to be offsides here today. So this is your implied move that I have. If you guys disagree with that, let me know. Right there for today. That one up a little bit. Get rid of that one. That one doesn't mean nothing. That one doesn't mean anything either. All you need to see right there is right there. There's your implied move for today. You also know, I do want you to know that when we hit these implied moves, you'll see repricing events along the way. Let's say run down here, run up here, run up here, run up here. You will see at 230, multiple 2 to 3 repricings in the options chain. Take a look on look at that. Look at that up there, man. 44.50 up there. Look at that right there. Look at that upside target right there. That stink bid way up there. Supply's like, come on up here, man. I'm waiting for you. Oh boy. Today's option chain, everybody's on calls. 438 C's, $1.42. 440 C's, 67 cents right now. Everybody's long on options day or on FOMC rate decision day. People slamming the 0-date call button. Oh boy. Oh boy, I'll tell you what. Slamming the 0-date call button. Let's see what we see. We're going to go look at some other things. Woof. The 1-minute chart. Got bam, bam. Holding on to the 27 EMA. This is for on this one, it's the 30 EMA. Confirmation trade to the upside. See if they can break through R1 and the pre-market high here. Trading a 1-minute chart right now. You can see the bull reversal here. Bull plane here in the 1 minute. Trying to attack target above 437.85. A little bit of a gap up here you can see. You're trading the ticks. We have a previous high from 2022 on the upside here. 438.29. HYG cranking on the open. On the upside, they have a gap above at 75.21, gap below at 74.50. HYG trying to go above and take out that upside gap. Dixie just sold off down to $2.79. Word of warning here. NASDAQ, we've been speaking about this for the past couple days, is about 60 points away from 15,000 right now. Trading 14,939.69. IWM looking to grab some legs. Big old bear flag on Tesla on the opening bell on the 5-minute chart on the 27 EMA and the 129 EMA. VIX down in the dumpster with a bear plane forming on it on the 5-minute chart. I'm going to be watching this here. I want to see the reaction here at 15,000 on NASDAQ.
High at 1.3282 per US dollar, up 2% on the day.
If we get up there and hold 15,000, will there be some kind of breakthrough and above 15,000 and then oh, look at that right there. Will there be some kind of a break above 15,000 and then let's digest this phase, or do they just keep running? Confirmation here at 9:59, looking to tag the previous high of 438.29. See if they can get up there. Another 51 points to go on NDX. $435 here. Check Discord DMs. See it. So what side? So Raveology is telling me that with the new changes in Discord, allowing members to change their usernames, scammers are now able to add your unique identifier to their usernames. Seems like they're required to add a space in their usernames to differentiate. Thanks, Raveology, for giving us an update on that. previous high from 2022. Can we get up there and tag it, please? 438.29. Can they do it? NASDAQ trying to make that big push up to 15K, baby. Yeah, it's a Discord thing. Like, anytime they make changes like that, right? It's like brings out all the smart people. They're like, let's punch some holes in whatever they're changing. I do want you to know that you will never get... I want you to know, if you are in Discord, I want you to know that you will never get a DM from me asking for money. You'll never get a DM from me asking you to sign up for anything. Maybe I should post that right now in there. So I just posted inside Discord, I will never DM you asking you to give me money or to request for you to click a link or join any paid service. You will, if you follow me anywhere, you will never, ever, ever see me asking you for money in a DM or call my phone number or anything like that. That's not how it goes. So if you ever get a request like that, or hey, follow me to this link, and as a matter of fact, the only time I will ever DM you, if you're like, hey, well, how will I know if it's a DM from you, Cap? You and I will have a conversation publicly first. So if you ever see a DM from me, it should be something like, hey, Cap, you and I are like, or hey, at Joe Donut, I was speaking with you publicly. And that means, like, if we've never had a conversation, if I've never spoken to you publicly in a public forum somewhere, and I would immediately DM you, right? Like moments later, hey, I'm going to send you a DM. So if you ever see a DM from me that's unsolicited, never believe it. Find me publicly and say, hey, Cap, did you send me a DM? It's a very common thing. And scammers run these things all the time. You will never, ever get that from me. You'll never get anything crazy. I'll never send you, like, when we talk on stream sometimes about feet pics, that's a big joke. You'll never actually see me send you real, like, my feet pics. You'll never see, like, requests for porn, or you'll never see me come after, like, hey, you want to have internet sex or something crazy like that. I don't do any of that shit. I've got, like, a whole family, normal life, that kind of stuff. So if you ever see anything like that, it's not me. 100% of the time. Yeah. I mean, I will sometimes send my close friends. If I know you and we converse publicly on any public space, I'll sometimes send you, like, Hobbit feet pics or something like that. But it's, you know, that's the extent of it. It's more of, like, just joking amongst friends. There's nothing nefarious. Nino, let's talk. We have a minute here, Nino. So does anybody in this chat on Twitch or YouTube know anything about UNH, the stock ticker? We'll talk about UNH really quick. So it's funny because my wife is, matter of fact, the dip's being bought this morning, right? So I think the dip's being bought on UNH this morning. Now,
Campbell says
UNH, right? What's fascinating about it is
military dialogue with China.
My wife works in healthcare. She's a PT for a major healthcare provider, and she has no idea what the stock market is. And I'm asking her what her thoughts are on why a healthcare provider would be down. And she said that it likely had to do with the change in COVID laws, and that Medicare and Medicaid recipients are being kicked off the rolls because they're no longer eligible. Now, I'm always fascinated by that news because if you're short a ticker, you can like trigger that last capitulation sell. So I personally don't know how, like, is that news because they want to get a good buy-in on it, or if it's because they've been downgraded.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at TickStrike.
Now they've been downgraded from some rating agencies. I asked my wife if how she knew this, and she said that patients of hers are no longer eligible. So that might be a real thing where UNH gets repriced. So just briefly, we'll look at a few different things for UNH. This was Nino had a request in Discord yesterday on this, and we're going to look at it briefly here. We have some time here. I know that we're doing what we're doing today, but just UNH. By the way, we're looking to tag this 438.29 if you didn't know. We also have R3 above that, 438.89. Now, what's fascinating about UNH is, I mean, this is a huge company, right? They're massive. And they're a huge company. I mean, they just go up and up and up and up and up, right? But let's look at something here. Now, we're seasonally, we're in healthcare seasonally from like March to December. But here's that 2020 low down here. This was way back $180. And they never really took a clip, did they? This looks like I say whack off, but it's not whack off. It's whack off, but I'll say they do look like they're in distribution. There's a giant gap down here. There is some fundamental reason, if we're going to change the COVID laws, for it to be repriced, even if our population is getting older. So I'm hesitating on saying, yeah, you buy this. There's something else to look at here. If you're a sell side, I want to show you something here, okay? It's an important thing, important lesson here. This is a daily chart, okay, on UNH. They have shown the bear plane here. You see it. This is S&P did this. They came back up for air in liquidity, sold right here, more liquidity, and sold right down. As far as I am concerned, this ticker is extremely bearish. This setup right here, we're building alerts for these setups right now. When you see these setups here, they usually are bearish for many months. So personally, even if there's a dip by here, even if we leave this gap here, I would be very concerned of trying to buy a dip on UNH. Just looking at this right here, this structure right here, very wary. It's not bullish.
Look at the fear and greed index, 81 out of 100, signaling extreme greed, and the crypto fear and greed index, 46 out of 100, signaling fear.
Something like this is something that I'd be looking for. I'd be like, yeah, you want to buy that dip up here? Just looking for another opportunity to sell down here and take all that stuff down there. Be wary of this ticker here. I got to tell you. Now, now, if you want to buy the dip on this ticker, we'll look at that too. If you're like, hey, Cap, you're fucking wrong on this, I get it. Now, if there's a fundamental reason for a repricing of some of these healthcare companies, be really cautious here. You saw spec growth went through this. They got repriced, and now they're coming back. So just be conscious. Good old-fashioned profit taking. Nothing ever wrong with that, right? And if they've got a fundamental reason to profit take, they will. And if the shorts can step in on this ticker, they will. So on a 30-minute chart, it looks great on UNH, but on a longer term velocity chart, it looks ugly. It does look ugly. Now, if you want some confirmation to the downside move, if you want some confirmation on the downside move, I'm going to show it to you right now. Take a snapshot of that. Now, if you get this breather back up here, you start consolidating like this, and this daily comes down, that could be your plunge to the downside. So track this all the way down right here. If you see giant squeezes, you know that's volatility, right? It's not bullish. So just be really careful here on UNH. If you wanted to get bullish again on UNH, you are looking to trade above $494. Until that happens, bearish, $494.45. UNH.
So just making note of yesterday's API data, crude oil stock change came in at 1.024 million. So that was a build on the forecast there. So API coming in yesterday at 1.024 million.
That doesn't mean you short it right now either. The short already happened, but every time UNH gets up there, you want to record, like pause this program, go back and take a snip of it, and then, you know, whenever we're up there on those lines, you fucking short that shit with a stop above.
11% to 40 euros per megawatt hour.
Congratulations, bulls, tagging the previous high of 2022. 438, well, close enough. 438.21, close enough for hand grenades and horseshoes for me. When I put those ticks in there, we're at 14,874 on NASDAQ. Look at that. How far? I mean, I was putting those lines in on the fly too, so that could have been that could have been the tick right there. I thought I got him exact, but hold on, let me look and see. NASDAQ still hasn't touched the tick yet. It's close. NASDAQ, Big Daddy out there, 14,974.66. Woo! Woo! 10:22. Bulls in charge. 8 minutes left for the Bulls to the hourly. Come back down here. Check this. Try to slam up there. Bulls have they have another 7 minutes to get up there. Come down here. They're going to check this one right here. 437.82. We'll see if they can get one more pump up. 8 more minutes, 7 more minutes for the Bulls. I'm watching this in the background. I'm like, reading some of this shit right now on I'm reading some of this stuff. Reading some of this stuff right now on Discord. So yeah, UNH, man. I'm not and I'll give you another note too here is Binky sent me something this morning. I'm going to read what he texted me this morning. He said UNH and healthcare drop is driven by concerns about Medicaid payouts. The trigger was Goldman Sachs dude acknowledging that insurance claims are higher from a high number of surgery for seniors who delayed healthcare because of co-help. If you want some company on the stream for the rate decision, I'm happy to join. Sweet, so maybe we'll get Binky on here today at some point and hear him have a voice on the rates decision today. Small liquidity break on the SPOOs. Pin strike at 14,974 on a 15-minute chart.
So 5 minutes away now to get the EIA inventories, crude oil inventories, forecast minus 1.536 million. On the prior of minus 0.451 million with a range of 2 million to minus 2.5 million. Gasoline inventories forecast 1 million on the prior of 2.746 million. Distillate inventories, got a forecast of 1.75 million and a prior of 5.075 million. And crude Cushing inventories saw a prior read of 1.721 million.
VIX still with a giant gap to close down at $13.88. They have a bear plane above them on the 5-minute chart. Tesla recovering, trying to make a cross to the upside as well to turn a trap into a bull plane. Let me know if you think we're done here or not to the upside. It surely doesn't look like we are. Looks like we just need a rejection candle. VIX on 1444. VIX maybe trying to get back up there and just prove the point at 1457, and then more down to go in the VIX. We'll look at the SPOOs on 5-minute chart here. You can see that tag on the 27 EMA. As long as price remains above this white line right here, it is a move to the upside. Boy, the price to play today is not cheap, is it? Price is above 30 EMA, 27 EMA, however you do this at home. Confirmation on the 5-minute. Push up, confirmation. See if they can slam this home up here. Stops below 437.45. We all know this is no man's land. We all know bullish above the white, bearish below the red. 2 minutes left. See if sellers here will take over. Bullseye AI service. Yeah, you guys are gonna have full access to this. You'll see. So if you look back on alerts for extreme bullishness and extreme bearishness, it's always sell the news. Extreme bullishness, always sell the news. Might not show itself today, but in the next few days, it's sell. Bull market, bear market, doesn't matter. We can look at that later today. Who said that in there? So Nicholas Sommer, I will go through a bull market and a bear market and show you every instance, and it's like 99% of the time. It's not even like 80 or 70. It's like 99% of the time. So no, I would not be buying. Or I guess wait a minute, what is that for? 6 what? Maybe they're giving you alerts for a day trade or a 5-minute or 1-minute trade. That's possible. But for me personally, I'm not putting size on this
10 seconds.
to the upside. I'll trade 0-date stuff like that, but it's a big no-go for me on size in the market right now. Size in the market was a long time ago. It was like October, December, March.
7 spots, 9-1.
A few weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago, we put some size on the market, but that was it.
1 spot 536 million. Gasoline inventories 2 spot 108 million. 2 spot 108 million. A build on the forecast of 1 million. Distiller inventories 2 spot 123 million. 2 spot 123 million. A build on the forecast of 1 spot 75 million. And crude Cushing inventories 1 spot 554 million. 1 spot 554 million. So taking a look at WTI, a bit of downside movement there after the storage build.
Yeah, the options are pricey. The price to play today is big. Usually that means there's a trap somewhere, right? I do want you all to know that if you are long calls, long puts, anything like that, that as the vol rolls off, regardless of the way we go, you need to take profit and reposition once they are repriced. Career low is saying, seeing more repricing across the curves, especially single names that have been on a tear. Vol curves are moving up. Plimpton, thank you for subscribing via Prime. If you are on Twitch, you can become a member for free. If you want to chat and you're like, hey, it's members only, you can do it for free. You go on Amazon Prime Gaming, subscribe via that avenue. You can just Google search it. How do I subscribe to my favorite Twitch streamer? And Old Man Bezos pays your way. If you don't know what I'm talking about on the repricing of options, if you're hearing me say that and you don't understand immediately what I'm saying, what I would recommend to you is that today is a great exercise for you to open up an options chain and track a call and a put that's like a 30 or a 50 delta. And I want you to just watch the value of those at key moments today.
EIA says
I want you to watch the value of those options on both sides from the moment we get a rate decision. That's when the actual press release is released, right? The moves in the market, and then the repricing of those options. And then I want you to watch them a second time when Jerome speaks. And then after Jerome is done speaking, after that move is done, you'll see the same thing. You can be in a trade, and it'll be going directionally where you want it to go, and yet you'll be upside down in that trade. You'll pick the right direction, and you'll actually be losing money. Sweet, I'm making money here.
So we have also put out the weekly EIA or inventories report.
I was finally able to get in on a trade here. I bought that bar down here, right down here. I bought that white line right there. That's my friend, man, long and short. If you don't understand what that line is, if you don't understand what we're talking about on that line there, let's see if I can get you guys the there's a trader out there that does a simplified version of this. He keeps it nice and simple. His name is Jedi Marcus, and I trust him. If you don't already follow him, I trust him greatly. Let me see if I can, I don't know if this will work, but. So I trust him with a lot of trust. He's one of my favorite follows on FinTwit. If you don't already know who he is, follow him. This is a white paper that was done for him on his trading style. You can click on that and read it. And you should read it because that's how professional traders trade. Individual tickers, indexes, ETNs, doesn't matter. So take a look at that. And you can easily follow along with what we do here. We do something similar, not exactly that. We incorporate a few other things. We incorporate velocity, market velocity. We also incorporate bull and bear planes, that kind of stuff. But for a base understanding, you'll be able to follow along just easily with that paper. We also involve other time frames on a 27 and a 129 EMA. We also use a 129 EMA, and then we use multiple time frames: daily, hourly, 15, 5, and 1 minute. But you don't need that. You just need that right there, and that'll give you a base understanding of what we're talking about. Thanks for posting that. Can you at everyone on that, Joe? Can you do an at everyone and post that in the Discord for everybody? And just tell them that's a simplified version, maybe? Simplified version of what Cap trades. Or what we trade, what the group trades as a whole. So Henry Chang is asking some questions here. I'm not as tired today as the past couple of days I've been very tired. So let me see if I can get this right. I usually get it right. I've got a whole spiel on this. You've got different market forces at play, right? As to why price goes up and price goes down. Give me a moment here. I try to simplify this for people. Give me like 5 minutes. I got to think about this again because I was able to, for a long time, I was able to describe it to people. And I've gotten so tired of describing it. It's not you. It's that for my own self, I've just gotten tired of describing it, trying to simplify it for people. But the gist is that you've got different market forces out there, right, that are always trying to tug and pull on the marketplace. And you've got dealers that are always trying to stay in front of all of it, right? You've got hedges from institutions. You've got retail money. You've got dealer money. You've got retail, institution, dealer money. You've got hedge funds, smaller players. You've got high net worth individuals. Sometimes they're even asked to provide liquidity to the market. You've got dealers that try to stay neutral, right? At all times, they're trying to stay neutral. If they can't stay neutral, they chase. Right? They will actually follow you on a trade. They can help people out in a trade, believe it or not. So they're not always against you in that trade. And then you've got institutions in the background that actually try to impact the options market with their hedging, right? Bearish seagulls, stuff like that. They'll actually try to lower volatility in the market with their own trades. Then you've got other players following all that shit from these banks. So you got all these like rolling influences in the marketplace. And then you've got real money buying and real money selling, right? You'll hear that sometimes. Real money buying, real money selling. Some of this stuff is already known, right? You have events that are already known that are going to take place. That can trigger real money buying, real money selling. You've also got dealers that can get trapped into real money buying and not selling. And truly right now, where the market is, it needs an event. It needs an event. It needs like these institutions that are trying to sell while they're crazy hedged. And you need like an event to trigger all of this to happen at the same time. Some fear of some kind. So unless that happens, you see what's happening right now, right? We're just infinite squeeze in the marketplace. Apparently, he needs his life as NFLX. Netflix, man. Like we were talking about this in stream the other day. Reddit's been solid lately. They had a huge post like 2 weeks ago. Well, first off, Reddit was like, people were like, I pay $10 a month for Netflix and I share it with my entire extended family that lives around the world. And I ain't paying when they turn it off. And of course, that's like an 18-year-old kid speaking, right, in college. And they are going to pay. And Netflix just like turned it all off and said, fuck you, you're going to pay. And, you know the rest, right? Everyone signed up for Netflix from that extended family. People are like, I'm not going to sign up for Netflix. Everybody has Netflix. Airbnbs have Netflix. You name it, everybody's got a Netflix. Can you imagine the number of Airbnbs that were tethering off from their personal accounts? Every Airbnb I stay in, it's like, this is Jim Bob's Netflix. I'm like, oh, this must be their home Netflix. And they got like softcore porn in their history and shit. So you're like, well, what about all those Airbnbs? How many Airbnbs is that they're now going to have to sign up for Netflix? So their roles are going to be stupid, right? Stupid their next DR. Oh, yeah, you can see the confirmation here. I want you guys to know this, right? So we're trading above the white line on the 5-minute chart, right? And when we're able to get above it, you have some confirmations. 1 and 2. And what does that mean? Rip faces off to the upside. Tag the previous high if you want to take some profit there. I don't blame you. More targets above. You can see the supply right up here. That big old orange bar. It's just screaming at you. Come on up here. Bammo. Beautiful thing right there, right? See that? Woo! 1 and 2. 3. One thing I will say to you is normally on a trend day, not always, but normally a trend day will never retest this 5-minute. That was a big retest right there in that 5. Usually is not a sign of 2 or 3 more rips to the upside, maybe 1 or 2 at most. Whenever I see these 5-minute tests down here, I'm like, yeah, we're bullish, but time is waning on it. So be cautious as we get up here. You've got R2 at 438.89. That's a 1-minute chart. Here's the 5-minute chart. This yellow line here is a 6 EMA. Normally so this is, I want you to see something. This is a 6 EMA, right? This is a 5-minute chart. I want you to see the price here, 437.96. On a 1-minute chart, that represents the white line on the 5-minute chart. So you see this white line right here? This is the one that I'm actually trading. So normally when I'm live streaming with you guys, I don't like trading the 1 minute with you because you guys get scared and you dump your positions. We've slowed the stream down for traders so that they can take their time doing this. So this is the actual line you should be trading here, this white line right here. This line right here is the line you should be trading on a 5-minute chart. On a 1-minute chart, the yellow line is the white line. Make sense? So let me see if I can go to a 1 minute here. You'll see it right here. Right where we are. Five-minute chart. Always like this white line right here. Currently 437.55. We're above it. We remain bullish. If we reverse below the white line, we begin to want to get bearish. Right? We're buyers above, sellers below, and this area, right? This is a 5-minute chart. In here is kind of the no-go zone, right? You're neutral here. No trade in here. You're looking for crosses to confirm the move either way. On here. I'll show you 2 examples. You're looking for price action to go below. You don't ever want to be in here. You don't want to be in this nonsense. You're looking for the try to catch a breath to the upside. A rejection here, right? And then bam, bam, bam. These are red bars, by the way. And in here, you'd enter the trade on confirmation, and boom, to the downside, you take the money. This is where the big money is in here. Big, easy, confirmed money. Same thing to the upside. Something like that. If the red line is up here, the red line crosses over, you're looking for price to come down and confirm on this white line, and then bam, this is where the money trade is. This is where you, like, high probability winning trade right there. You can actually see it back here. Let me give you some better examples of this. Hold on. Give you guys some cool examples of this happen. So we'll look at different time frames, and you can kind of guess how long they last, right? Kind of guess how long they last. Come down below the bear plane. No confirmation of the downside. You guys remember this day? This was the 24th, right? Remember, no confirmation of the downside. What happens? Boom. We're up and running. You would not put that trade on until you got underneath. What do? Rocket ship for days and days and days to the upside, fueling that huge run to the upside. Big moment here, right? I'll show you an example for when it was confirmed to the downside. Cross here, come up, boom. Confirmed here to the downside. Trade over once we get above that hourly trigger, right? You should have closed short right there. 5-minute chart, same stuff, right? Trading above, price is above the white line, we're going up. Above the red line, going up. Price below the white and yellow line, there's the cross right there, we're going down. Going down, going down, going down. Moment we cross above, close your short, right?
So
nothing telling you what to do here. Confirmation of the upside, boom, take a long. Woohoo! Riding.
So that's Iraq expecting to hold talks on the Seyhan pipeline on June 19th.
Price right now on a 5-minute chart above the white line on a 5-minute. Bullish. Until we break below to take the opposite side of the trade. You also know about pivots. Hopefully you guys know about pivots, right? We tagged this pivot already. What other pivots do we have? We have this pivot right here. This is the pre-market high. We already tagged it. See it over here. There. There. Tag this one. Move to the upside until we turn around. We are bullish. Next thing you always want to consider is time. You want to be watching a clock. Some of you traders out there trade from the hour, like 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 12 to 1. Don't trade like that. Trade stock market hours. Cash market hours, 9:30 to 10:30, 10:30 to 11:30, 11:30 to 12:30, 12:30 to 1:30, 1:30 to 2:30, all the way to 4:30 in the afternoon. Within those hours on the half hour, right, start to break them up by the 15-minute. In your brain, you should be able to be, or you should be looking for a full hour. So let's call it 9:30 to 10:30. And you want to see if the sellers or the buyers are getting new highs or new lows in that hour period. So you're like, okay, this 15 minutes, the sellers have 15 minutes to get a new low. 15 minutes pass, right? You go to your half hour and you're like, okay, they got another 15 minutes to get a new low. And in your brain, you should be thinking about the velocity or the thought process, or not thought process, but the strength of these sellers. Are they catching new lows every 15 minutes in that hour? How bearish is that hour? Right? If you start to see a pattern where they're catching 15-minute new highs, 15-minute new highs, 15-minute new highs, that's pretty bullish, right? The next hour we come into, and the buyers only have 3 new highs. You know that they're losing their strength, right? You go to the next hour, and the buyers only have 1 new high. What is that telling you? It's telling you that the buyers are losing their strength, right? Maybe you start taking some off the table. Maybe you start to look for a check lower back on that 27 or 129 EMA. Maybe there's a dip buy there. If you're in trend day to the upside in every hour at the start of the morning, I just can't believe I'm telling you guys this stuff. Every hour, let's say you're getting a new high every 15 minutes, and you're 3 hours into it, and all of a sudden you only get 2. What is that telling you? Telling you to start looking lower for more support, right? Maybe it's time to start taking some off the table. Same thing on the downside. There are some easy ways to look at that as well. You can see these lines sometimes are more vertical. Sometimes these lines are more horizontal. Sometimes they're vertical to the downside. That can also show you velocity to the up and down side. Price is king above and below those lines, aren't they? You can also check that on higher time frames too. You can look at an hourly, a daily. You can see how many new lows, how many new highs you're getting on those time frames. That'll tell you the strength of sellers and the strength of buyers. Right on. Shouldn't have dropped that stuff, but you know. Like, light bulb, got it. That's how you make money, huh? So all these people that are on FinTwit trying to be the smartest guy, that doesn't matter, does it? No, it doesn't. Smart guys on FinTwit have nothing to do with making money. A little bit of liquidity here leaving the market. A bit of a pause right now. We're going to rip some faces off and jump up there or what? Let's go. Give me that red bar up there, man. Let's go, baby. Get on up there. Be really careful up here. I want you guys to know something, okay? Like Icarus. There's a warning to you. You should have a screener at home with NDX on it so you can count the ticks. I mean, we're like 9 ticks away from 15,000 here. There's a murder algo somewhere up there. He's up there, I assure you. Some guy with like a broken down 1970s murder algo's like, just schedule it 15,000, 10,000, 5,000. It's an auto sell. Hey, boss, what if it goes above? Doesn't matter. We're running a Commodore 64 here. We can only put so many commands in. It's going to get violent. There's like this psychological thing, you know, not just psychological. A lot of these funds, they trade to big round numbers. They fucking love zeros and fives. They fucking love them. There's always like that place, right? What's a cool one for you? I got a cool one for you. So the other day we were selling the market, right? And here I'll show you guys a cool one from the other day. We're streaming, right? And oh wait, that's NDLS. How about NDX? Can we get NDX? Hold on here. Oh, did we delete it already? Hold on a second here. Did we delete? I think we might not. Maybe it's not showing up on this chart, or maybe I deleted it, or maybe it's just not showing up. Let's see if we can show it here. Right here, there it is on that chart. So, you know, we're like when we trade here, right? When we trade here too, there's another lesson for you. When we come in here, right? We come into these zones, right? Trading here, Yahoo. Trading here, Yahoo. Great trading. We don't ever mess around in this stuff here. I don't. This is all big volatility, right? You get cut up in here. This could as easily have rolled over on. You'd be fucked. As we traded this down the other day, we put this orange box in here, and I was like, yeah, don't mess with that. I was like, don't mess with that right there if you're sell side. I was like, why bother? There's no point. Like, you wait until it blasts through and confirms the next leg lower, right? So you're kind of like waiting. You know what I mean? This is the area that you take in here. This is the area that you take in here. If you're like sell side, buy side, doesn't matter. You trade the zone, right? If we broke through here and confirmed a rejection to the downside, you jump back in. That's where your money is right here. This is where you get cut up, right in there. Same thing in here. You don't fuck around with that stuff. But if you see the move higher and the confirmation move to go higher, hell yeah, jump back in that trade to the upside, right? And we're kind of coming to that zone right now up here. Like up in here, you know, I'm not going to fuck around with this. You know, like when we're up in here, you know what I want to fuck around in this? I want to fuck around on this when it does this. Like it blasts through and it does a little bit of confirmation to the upside, right? Digest all this crap here, starts to consolidate, that hasn't fallen through, right? We start to make the turn to the upside. I buy, right? I buy, and I put some stops down here. Right there. Boom, some stops. If it reverses, I have a stop. It's already going in the direction that I want it to. I'm already targeting 14,500. You know, like I'm in a good spot there. A lot of times, though, people are like, I want to go long right now, right here. And I'm like, dude, that's not the fucking place, dude. What if it squeezes up here and pokes its nose up there like a whale? I'm like, yeah, you can. Try running that trade 10, 20 times, though. You're the guy that probably has a job and you trade your paycheck every week, you know, and like every month or so you hit it big. You win 3 in a row. You're like, I'm balling with 30 grand in my pocket. And, you know, you're a baller. And then you do that trade 3, 4, 5 more times and you lose. And you go back to your job. And you do it all over again, right? Cycle. You just hang out here, see what happens here. You let all this vol happen in here. We know we're at 15,000 right now. We're rechecking the 5-minute here and here. See the checking going on? Checking for the move higher. You're like, fuck that cap. Check here, cap. We got another check right there. We're going higher. So what are we going to do here? We're going to previous high now. We're going to get rid of this not that high. We already took that one out. This is now a pivot point. 436.34. We have a recheck down here. And they're going to give the bulls one more chance to get up there. What time is it right now? The half hour, right? It's 11 o'clock. Sellers need a new low by 11:30 to show a reversal down to 437.16. So in the next minute, they didn't get it, did they? It's 11 a.m. Sellers on this bar need to get a new low. They have to try to come down to 437.17. If they're unsuccessful to get that new low down there, right, you know what's going to happen, right? We're going to go up here and recheck this 436.34. So watch this bar right now.
Emerging markets seen at 173.
You will see sellers begin to step in. You guys call these liquidation breaks. They're not. They're coming down here trying to sell. These algorithms trying to sell this fucking bar right here. They're trying to get down here to this 437.17. If they're unsuccessful, we are going to go back up here and check this 436.34. For the next 15 minutes. Yeah, it's really hard for a new trader to do that. You get excited. Bears do it too, sell side. I mean, I use that as a heel, right? I don't really believe in bulls and bears. Well, I don't know. We'll talk about that today, too. I had a big conversation with a friend about that, too. I don't believe in bulls and bears. I believe in buyers and sellers, right? Supply and demand. There are some people out there that say there's no such thing as supply and demand. That's fake. So I respect that opinion too. But for trading every day, I'm like, hey, there's supply and there's demand. When I speak to you guys, I try to simplify things. So you see, like, I use bulls and bears as a heel to represent supply and demand. Sometimes you'll also hear me talk about bulls and bears on FinTwit. Mostly I do that because I'm trying to attract someone that thinks it's bulls and bears so that we can then retrain them to understand what supply and demand is. The meaning of it, the strength of supply, the strength of demand, how to identify it on a chart, right? Where those levels are. And then also, why not to fight in those places, right? You don't want to fight with an algorithm. You're like a retailer inside of another person's playground, right? Someone with more power than you, a dealer, a fund, a bank. You don't have a lot of, you don't know what they know, right? You even saw I can get run over recently, right? So even those guys can get run over. So you as a retailer trying to survive in someone else's playground, it's not easy. So don't ever mess around on that shit. There's no need to. And depending on the time frame you're trading, there's no need to. Did we get a new low?
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and
we didn't, did we?
Levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
So if I can get you here inside of this live stream, teach you some really simple things, and probably become a better trader and make some money. Could have just taken like a 30-second trade right there and made some fucking money. Guess it's a hanging out day, huh? I always feel like on Fed rate decision days, it's like the Harlem Globetrotters. Like they get the main event. The main event is today, right? Later on, they get the main event. And then all the day traders come out and they're like, just doing layups and like dribbling and let's make 5 cents. Let's make another 30 cents. You get like the show before what happens here. And then like the institutions come out and they're like, they got the brooms and they're like, all right, clean up the floor. We got the main event coming at 2 o'clock. Wrap it up, boys. Sit on the sidelines. We're going to roll this shit over. Hedge funds are like, Billy, what are you doing down there? Stop fucking around on the S&P 500 on the ticks. We got to put the hedge on for the Fed. So I am flat right here. I'm going to stay flat into 2 p.m. We're going to talk about that again at some point. Because I think you're going to get rolled here at some point. Fucking dicking around on a Fed day trying to win ticks. And they're going to come in here and they're going to just blast your ass with a hedge. Like, boom, one up, boom, one up, boom. One of these, they're going to be like, slam. Now you're trapped in your calls. We burnt all the puts for today. That's my take. That's how I always look at these Fed days. Like the Harlem, like day trading, doing layups, grandma reverse shots and shit like that. Big badass. Hold on a second. See what we got today. We got anything on the economic calendar for today? Okay, today's economic calendar. Oh, shit. We got a Fed decision on interest rate policy at 2 p.m. Let's put a vertical line right around 2 p.m. There's where all the magic happens right there. Boom. Got another magical moment here. Here's your second magical moment. Let people know in the chat what you think about these Fed rate decisions. And I'll tell you what my experience has been. There was a time. I'm going to open up the book, the old Bull Bear Fable book over here. Hold on, let me break out the old Bull Bear Fable book. Hold on. Should I get the hedge fund market wizards, or should I get The Education of a Speculator? Read a passage out of that. So, last year in 2022, was the first year that I noticed. I mean, I noticed it years and years and years as years passed, but last year in 2022, it was the first year I noticed, like, the weaponization everybody talks about on zero dates. They were on the put side, not the call side. The reason I noticed it was because last year in those Fed meetings, I would walk into them and be like, hey, what's going on in here? And there'd be like 800,000 fucking puts. And they were all jacked up in price, and nobody was buying calls. They were like 2 cents for like a 30 Delta call, and I'm like, this is ridiculous. And my friend was talking to me about this the other day too, and he was like, you got a dealer over here, and he's got a bucket full of water, and then he's got another bucket that's empty, right? And this dealer has to like, so you got 3 buckets. We'll rephrase it. You got 3 buckets, okay? And 1 bucket's empty, or 2 buckets are empty, and 1 bucket is, or the dealer's got a full bucket of water. I should say that. You got a bull with a bucket that's empty and a bear that's a bucket that's empty. If he has to pay off all these fucking bears, he has to fucking pour the entire bucket of water into that bucket for the bears, right? They're all full of puts. The bulls, they only need like a splash of water. The dealers can keep the rest. So what would happen when you come into those meetings, he'd just like splash a little water in the bull bucket. And of course, a guy like me would be like, woohoo, I just made all this fucking money and everybody just got robbed. Right? And now people caught on. It's like, we did that last year, I think 3 or 4 times or something, maybe 5. We were really hammering it, and then it got worse and worse and worse. This year, it sucked. Like, we came in this year, and you'd walk into one of these Fed meetings, FOMC meetings, rate decision, it doesn't matter. And the dealers are like, fuck them both. And so now they're like jacking up the price of options for bears and bulls, and they're cleaning both sides out. And you got players that know this is happening, so they're in there too, buying all this shit. They're like, I'm going to get the other side. I'm going to get the other side. This side's lopsided. So you got too many people now, too. Not just dealers, but you got like traders and stuff like that. And you got really smart people out there following along. They're watching all this shit in the background, seeing what we're doing. So right now, coming into these rate decisions hasn't been the best trading. And not only that, they've been less volatile in general than previous experiences for me. I used to see really volatile moves. Today we're supposed to get a volatile move. They're promising one. We're priced for a volatile move to the up and down side. So maybe today you could posit that a strangle would be in order. You've got a target down below here at 434. You got a big target up here at 431 3 cents. It's a pretty decent strangle here. You could probably manage both sides of this trade. The only key point I would say to would be that managing this trade is the biggest challenge in managing this trade is going to be the repricing of options. But in recent history, they haven't hit these targets in the initial moves. Like they'll hit like halfway, and they'll go up halfway. You know, they don't actually hit them, and they come back in here. They do this big major consolidation. They reprice, then they'll go down there, and you're kind of getting fucked here. So if you're gonna do strangles, sometimes like a spread might be better for you, like a spread strangle. So that's a week out or something, or a few days out, so that if you get caught in that repricing, it's not going to impact you as much. Spread strangles are kind of cool. If you are going to do a strangle, if you've never traded one, I would not recommend doing it today. Maybe you paper trade it. They can be very stressful to trade. Sometimes you only catch one side. You're like, what do I do now? You close that side. You let the other side print or die. It's a free trade, right? But you also need on the first leg of that trade to pay for that other leg, right? You got to get that other leg paid for, so you're at least flat on the day. There's another idea here that you will close the other side even if it's at a loss, because that will be more gain for the winning side of that leg. So there's a lot of mechanics to it, and there's a lot of emotions in managing a strangle. Okay, so if that's too much, if that's beyond your comprehension, it's a good day for you if you don't understand this stuff to sit behind and just watch or paper trade like a strangle. It's another good day for you to paper trade a strangle. You can go to like Unusual Whales, I think, has paper trading. They can just sign up their website and do some paper trading, or just look up like, I don't know, free paper trading somewhere, and you can paper trade there. Try to set that up before 2 o'clock today. It's a fun exercise. Think about this stress that you'll go through on these wild moves up and down. And if they are saying we're going to get a massive rip higher, or massive rip lower, you might actually see some cool stuff. You can get a fire out of the money trade on both sides. And think about to yourself, would I have managed this? Let the whole trade play out and be like, would I have actually closed for profit on both sides? Would I have only gained on profit on one side? Think about what your bias is heading into this decision, and go back and look at that like a diary, or like a trader log or something like that. So my own personal experience in the most recent, heading back to the same conversation, my own personal experience in this most recent rate decisions is they're going to promise you here in the open that we're going to the moon. They're going to trap you in here. They're going to burn the puts. They're going to trap you in here. This is at least my experience. They're going to trap you in here. They're going to grind you down until about 11:30, 1:30, and then we squeeze up. So this hasn't happened yet for me. So it's not trading the way that I expect it to trade. But I am expecting a hedge to come out of the market down here. Maybe they know something that we don't know. I'm not in a position other than being hedged at the moment. I don't trust this. There have been some Fed meetings where we start running before we get to that rate decision. The last thing that I'll tell you is any moves higher, anything positive that you see, if there are any positive news, or you start to see the hedge come off at any point we go higher, that there is usually another hedge that's thrown on when Jerome speaks. When Jerome is interviewed in his presser, there's usually either he gets asked a question that upsets him, where he will say something extremely hawkish. You'll also see hedge funds put a hedge on the market just as standard practice for what things he might say in those meetings. Now trading 430, 840. NASDAQ making another attempt to the upside to 15,000. Right off of the 27 EMA and a 5-minute chart. NASDAQ just teeing off to get up there and slam into 15,000. Congratulations to any of you that are putting on risk right now to the upside of that trade. Congratulations to you, bulls. So when we come into that presser, you will see sometimes Jerome will become frustrated or be seen as visibly frustrated, and they'll hold questions to the end of people that ask the difficult questions. So you'll get a reporter at the end that'll ask something that can anger him or get him to say something different than what's inside his press release. Just be aware of that as we head into 2:30. So 2 o'clock you have that vol, and then 2:30 you have a second round of volatility into 2:30 p.m. If you consistently lose money on these rate decisions, there's our one for you, our 2 back on the backside so you can see it. If you consistently lose money in these rate decisions, there's nothing wrong. Nothing wrong with you just sitting it out. Just hanging out, doing whatever it is you're going to do. You don't need to be like, always be the guy like I won a bunch of money or I lost, blew up an account. Stuff like today should always be a lotto trade. If your account is $100,000, right, it should be like 0.0005%. If your account is $1,000, you want to trade $10 or $30? After this stuff is done, right, we're end of quarter right now. So we've got quarterly OPEX, right? We got monthly OPEX. We've got what do we got? We got end of month, quarterly OPEX. We got Fed rate decision. We got JPM collar being wrapped up and pulled out. There's so much happening the next 2-3 weeks. A lot of traders are like, I traded my ass off for 3 months. I'm going to take a break. And I'm going to come back and see what's digested in the next few weeks. And I'll make new plans for the next quarter. If you're an active trader like I am, you guys see me on the stream every day. You know that I'm trading every single day for a quarter. Whenever I come into this part of the cycle, you guys know this historically, right? When I come into the quarterly OPEX, I am burned out by the time we get here. By the time we come into this time of the quarter, I'm like, fuck that. I've been trading my ass off for 3 straight months. And some people are like, not me. I want it today. And you're like, well, you weren't here for the last quarter, man. Like, what's going on? So, just if you're one of those traders that trades day in, day out to make a living, there's no issues. Just chilling, relaxing. You already did your job. We're here. We got here, baby. We fucking got here. Congratulations. Seriously, congratulations. If you're one of those traders, man, that went long in the beginning of Q2, hats off to you. Cheers to you. A little coffee cup right there. Cheers to you. Congratulations. You went the right way. We got here. It's okay for you to take a celebratory a lap or two for the next couple weeks. You owe nobody nothing. You did it. King of the world, top of the mountain. Congratulations. Now trading 438.62. Can we get up there and slap 438.89? NASDAQ trading 987.26. Top of the world, ma. Yeah, man, just voice of reason. And I'll tell you what, if you're here and you're just entering this market, there were so many fucking awesome setups coming up here. Just like easy setups. Easy. So look forward to next quarter. Join us for Q3. And we'll trade another quarter with you. It's always better to show up at the beginning of the quarter and take the ride with us. It's like a story, right? We kind of write this whole entire book every quarter. And this narrative is hilarious because we have a lot of buyers and sellers inside of our Discord. We have a lot of professional traders in our Discord. We have actual professionals in our Discord too. And in the YouTube stream in the chat. And so it's fun to write that book every quarter because there's always the, we're buying, we're selling, we're buying. The narrative changes, and it gets wild in here sometimes. And then, of course, people rate us, right? If we're like extremely bullish, if we're extremely bearish. We get rated by people that we don't even know. We're just like, who the fuck is that? So if you're a long-time listener, long-time watcher, congratulations to you. Cheers to you. Give me one moment here. I got to get water. Sorry about that. I had to order some water. Q's, congratulations, tech bulls. I want to make a statement out there. Congratulations to all those tech bulls out there, all you Tesla bulls, for believing that we were going to go up there and smash it out. We did. Congratulate. Even if we're not there right now for you as a Tesla bull, I want you to know, congratulations. You bought that dip at 100. You bought that dip at 150. NASDAQ, baby. NASDAQ. NDX. Want to write it out here and post it on FinTwit. You did it, man. You absolutely did it. Unreal. Happening right now as we speak right now. QQQ, NQ. I'm sure there are a bunch. There we go. Pinstrike R2. Exact moment we tag 15,000 on NASDAQ. Congratulations, bulls. Bears, when they're on parade, I give them their time. Bulls, congratulations to you. You did it. Big question for the bulls here is, do they break above it and consolidate? I can't believe I'm saying this. You ready? Next target to the upside, 440.45. Congratulations, bulls. Squeezing higher now to 438.96. Giant green bars, baby. To the upside. Look at that, baby. this reminds me of? Reminds me of, so sometimes I look at previous pauses in the history of the stock market. We just rip faces off into that pause, and then they sell the market. Like world's largest liquidity grab to the upside. Damn, there's that red bar right there. I'll give them their time. They get their song. You know, it's funny too. Someone said they were like, someone this morning was like, you're making that post so that you can get likes, karma farming, and I go, oh fuck no. You do not get karma farming from those posts. You only karma farm on extremely bearish posts. I'm sorry, you're wrong. And right now, I just made a post, NDX 15,000. Congratulations. It's only got 8 likes. I assure you, there'll be no liking that post. that post will have like 10 likes in 4 weeks. You do not gain followers congratulating bulls getting 15,000, trust me. That's why I only have 14,000 followers. Someone was saying that to me this morning. I was like, look, let me tell you something here. I was like, if I was trying to comment or karma farm or follower farm, when you only have 14,000 followers, it's because you're telling people what they actually should be doing, not feeding into their emotions. Congratulations, bulls. Got a quick tweezer here in the 5-minute. Come back down to recheck 438.58 on R2. Beautiful thing right there, right? 1507 01710. Algo's doing their job. Congratulations, bulls. You did it. Yep. Yeah, you know who's having fun and who is not. That's what E-Trading Shorts just said that. He's a sell-side guy. It's kind of funny. E-Trading Shorts says, as Cap said, you know who's having fun and who is not. Absolutely, my brother. Congratulations, bulls. Look at that giant green bar right there. My. Look at that bar right there. Woo! Damn. Unreal right now. Do have a comment here. The hooligan, the only hooligan, said in futures, still got a peg, 5,500 in real market. Pretty epic right there to see that. Pretty epic. VIX consolidating. Looking a little angry right there. Tesla looking a little sketchy. I'm sure that triggered some algos on FinTwit. Unreal. FinTwit, Ghost Town. Ghost Town on FinTwit right now. Man, that sucks. Hey, man, I'll tell you what though. If you're a bear, like we're gonna lead into that bear thing in a minute here. The rest of that bear conversation, in a moment here, because I'll tell you what, man, we're up here like this. It's not easy being a bear. When we're up here, right? Sometimes you're the only voice up here saying, "Hey, we're gonna roll over here," and no one's listening to you, right? You got bulls out there just on parade, and you're the only guy trying to position to the downside. So I get that, 100%. I get it. So just let them go on parade, do their thing. They got it. Give them the high fives, clap your hands, woohoo. Look at that big, big red supply right there. Let's see what's above. Now going into that bull bear thing, just to wrap up that conversation. See it right there. Look at that. Whole market right there. Whole market right there. Big question here is, does the market think we can have an expansion to the upside, right? It's a big question right where we are right now. Do the bulls, do the buyers, does Bob on Main Street, does everybody think we can go higher here? It's a big question, right? And leading back to that bull bear thing, sometimes I'll ask people, I'll be like, are you an actual, it's kind of a weird question to ask. Like you'll ask someone, you'll be like, hey, or I'll ask like multiple questions. I'll be like, hey, do you trade better as a buyer, trade better as a seller? Can you take both sides of the trade? And then sometimes I'll even ask people, are you an actual bull or an actual bear? And there's always like some guy that's like, there's no such thing as bulls and bears. And, you have to be able to trade both sides. And, I'm that way too, but I know, I know I'll go into the Discord, and we have like a bull den and a bear den, right? Bull den, bear, or I think we call it the bear cave and the bull cave and stuff like that. And we'll be on a high or we'll be on a low. And let's say we're on a low. And the bulls are devastated, man. They're like all fist pumping right now, but they'll go into that room and, they're like pissed off, right? They're upset. They're sad. Especially if they've been losing, right? Conviction wrong. Didn't take the other side of the trade. Wasn't able to take both sides of the trade. So I know that there's people out there that are like that. I know there are people out there that their convictions are, we sell everything or we buy everything. And when they lose, it hurts, right? As a trader, it hurts. When the wrong side of that trade, it does not feel good. So if you are one of those people today having a bad time, I get it, man. I feel you. I'm trying to actually make a room for everybody to go in. So it's like I think we're getting rid of the bear and bull caves, so you're not in the echo chamber. We don't want you in the echo chamber. We do want a place for you to go where if you're not interested in a top, you're just like, I don't want to fucking talk about the market. It's kind of like your local bar, right? You go in there and you can just chill out. Nobody's screaming in your ear, yeah, we're at a top, yeah, we're at a bottom. It's just no market-related discussion. So I think the boys, I think Ravology and John L. and those guys are trying to create that room. I don't know if they've already created it or not, but if you're looking for a place where you don't want to listen to that or hear it right now at a top, if you're a bull out there, I'm asking you to leave that room alone. Don't bring up that we're at 15,000 in that room. Don't be on parade in that room. I'm going to assure you out there, if you're one of those bulls that's like, woohoo, top of the world, never coming back down, you don't want those sellers in that room with you while you're getting destroyed. You get what I'm saying out there? You guys understand what I'm saying? John Herr with the money symbols coming out. Congratulations, John. Yeah, so it's the Holy Croissant saying it's very difficult every day mentally, physically, and financially to let me tell you. Yeah, so I know there's people out there like that. I know that, like, so Croissant saying it right now. And if you're listening out there right now, if you're, I want you to know something. I want you to know a couple things. My Jim James Twitter handle, I do a lot of shit stirring on that handle. I don't want, Twitter's a kind of a fucked up place. Like the algorithms, you kind of either have to be extremes of things on FinTwit. And some of those extremes I can't be. I can't be calling people names like the really bad name stuff that you don't ever want to say. Not going to be extremely bearish and stuff like that to get those followers. But I do stir the shit pot on FinTwit. I want you to know that in real life I'm not like that. My community here knows that I'm not like that. I like bears, bulls, sellers, buyers. But I'm more trying to jog you to think, right? Like think. I want you to think here on FinTwit. That's the main goal of that handle is think. Be the contrarian against everybody else out there with the mantra, the drum beat at all times. Doom, 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 doom. Be the contrarian on that. And so if you're out there and you're having a tough go of it, I want you to know if you're listening in right now at this top, if you're down today, no reason not to take a day off. I feel for you. I've been there. I've been on the losing side of a trade, major losses. I traded, one time I traded a 6-figure trade in October, I think. Second leg down, I think that was last time that I had a major loss, I think was 2020, 2021. It was either 2021 or it was I think it was 2020. Matter of fact, it was 2020, I think, in that October. And I was looking for that second leg, and it didn't happen. And that shit went. I was so angry, I carried that shit to 0, straight 0, like fat fucking 0. That's how prideful and angry I was. And I know you personally out there, if you're a trader and investor, that you are likely your own worst critic. I know that my brain does that to me as well. I know, number one, you know that you're smart, and I know that when you fail. I know that I think I'm smart. I know I play dumb here as a personality, but whenever I fail, I beat myself up to no end. I do. Brutal. Gone months at times not trading. Week not trading. Years ago, I took, like 6 months off or something. So I get it. And I'm with you. Oh, what happened to music? You guys want some more jams? I got some jams for you. You guys like jams? I got some jams. Hold on a second here. You guys want the cool one? I got a couple of those jams you guys do like here. Let me see. Here's one. Currently, we have bulls checking 438.55. They have one more check down below at 437.98. Bulls not only want to hit 15,000, they want to drive above it and sit on top of King Mountain. It's not good enough to tag 15,000. You have to get above it and hold it. Is that normally what happens? No. Normally you get above, normally you touch it, reject, and you have to bang it 5 times, right? 3 times for it to be digested. So bulls are wondering here. Bulls grind through the supply overhead? Do they go to Valhalla over there, top of the world, top of the market? VIX. Big questions here on VIX in a 5-minute. They have a bear plane. Do they reject to the downside and close the rest of all this gap down below? Or is that just consolidation for the face ripper to the upside? Dixie in a death spiral. Tesla, 5-minute chart. Not looking so hot right here, is it? Got a big old cross. This is usually where sellers come in, get the first breakdown, slam to the downside. Tesla with big question marks. Bulls cannot take a trade here unless price gets above 260 for the move higher. 260. Otherwise, huge risk to the downside for Tesla bulls. VIX making its way back up and reverse to a bull plane. We'll see if they can do it or not. Good jams, man. Seller rage right now. I know for a fact that sellers are here, man. They are like, slam the sell button. There goes your rug, baby. You see it? There's your rug. Look at that screen right there. You see it? look at a 1 minute chart. Oh, look at it down there. Let's see if they can do it. Can they get it? We don't know yet. We ain't playing bear music yet. You need confirmation here. They've tried 3 times this week. Oh, they're getting roped in again. Stop buying puts, damn it. 3 days this week, sellers have tried to take this down here. We'll see if they can do it. Right in there. I don't know if they can. It's not looking good for sellers here. Nito says, I've been long these calls for months and I just went green. There you go, Nito. Nito's like, Nito, just reposition, Nito. Reposition. Nito, trust me, reposition, bro. That was a great comment, Nito. Nito, California said, that's a great comment. Can I repost that? Oh, can I post that on Twitter? That's such a great comment. It's such a great comment. I think that comment is fucking awesome. I think that's phenomenal. Yeah, no, I get it, brother. I think it's just great for where we are in the market. I just think it's great. I think it's fucking phenomenal, bro. I do. I think it's hella awesome, like 100%. No, I mean, it's like so when we have liquidity in the market, they eventually go green, right? Like if you're in a bull market, it's like, when you're in a bull market, it's like this, like if you're in a low liquidity market, you get torched. Well, if you're in like a bull market, it's like this, right? Like if you're in a low liquidity market, if you buy here, that you never win, right? But if you're in like a liquidity market, doesn't matter. You can fucking buy it here, buy it fucking up here, buy it fucking down here. At some point up here, you're still going to be at least green. It's like throwing darts at a board. You're like, fuck it. You just buy 3-month calls and throw them out there. Eventually, they're either going to recover and pay me or I'm going to break even. One way or another, I don't care. No, we can't do Danger Snow yet. We're not there. I can't do it for you guys, dude. So the other day I queued it early and I didn't want to. I'm not queuing it yet. If you guys get confirmation of the downside the next time, I'll queue it for you, I promise. I want to do it. I only want to do it when it's happening, so you guys can actually figure out where the actual trade is. so you know when to take it. I know what it's looking like to you. I know what it looks like. I know what it is. I know what you're seeing. Yeah, Nino, California is saying 2018 to 22, I made so much money doing that. It was too easy, and I didn't really get that. Got hosed the past 6 to 8 months. Yeah, dude, I got friends of mine that are like sell side and buy side. Doesn't matter, like either side, and they're like, "Fuck me, man." Like I gotta enter exact and I gotta exit exact. If I don't do that, torched, like straight torched. I thought I was the best trader ever. Like even bears, like sell side, they're like, every month come in there and I sell it. Plenty of money, plenty of liquidity. Exit, pull them out of the market, go off to the beach for the week or the next 3 weeks. Fucking last year, there was like zero money. There's like no money out there. It was like musical chairs with money. Didn't we already look at TGT? Were you here yesterday? Didn't we already call out TGT go burr? Let's look at TGT in the background. Oh, Jesus, look at it. Okay, you want to look at TGT? Okay, so TGT. Same chart from yesterday. Nothing's changed, right? Nothing's changed from yesterday's chart. Let's move this down for TGT. Okay, what did we say on yesterday's chart on TGT? We said TGT trades just like Tesla. Big monster mover, right? Moves nice and slow. It's like a big old whale, right? Remember these big bad boys down here? You want to be buying these big yellow bars down here, right? When we're way down, there's big columns down there, right? Always when you want to be buying TGT. Right? Yeehaw, right? Yeehaw, yeehaw. Nice big sell down here. Monster. Capitulation. Doom on TGT. They ran a bunch of news for you, told you how horrible it was. People protesting all kinds of nonsense. And what did we do, right? Bought the dip. Bought the dip. Right? So we did. Bam, bam. We know this is not over. We know on the hourly it might be topping, but we also know that this is going to happen. It's going to be relentless to the upside, right? And our upper target is what right now? 139.81, right? We're at our first target now, right? 134.39. Almost there, right? Almost there right now. So we bought the dip yesterday, right? Woo! We get up there. Do we take money and run here? Fuck yeah, we do. We want to see price get above.
Plans to have it.
Then we take the next trade to right there, right? As this comes down. And we already know that this yellow line right here is weak. It's supportive. It's not bearish. So when we get above it, we're going to go yahoo and take the big trip higher, right? Now, let's say today at some point we dump the market and we're just sitting here at the profit taking. We roll back down over here, right? It's another place for us to buy the dip as we consolidate to the upside, right? So you take your money and run here. You don't enter here. You're taking your money. So when you're fearful and I'm not, and I'm telling you buy that dip, well, not financial advice. Buy that dip, take that money, jump back in above or look below again, right? So TGT, good job. Congratulations. Called this one yesterday, right at the bottom of the key. Big, beautiful, gorgeous push higher on TGT. Look at him cranking up there. Top of the world, ma. Right? 134.39. Time to take the money. Maybe you leave a runner or two on 25%, 10%. If we're able to hold up here, we start to make the move higher. There's your next trade right there, right? Bam, 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 bam. Take the money and run in here. If we're able to get above and consolidate down here, let the hourly catch back up, and then we're off and run on the upside. Market conditions change. Hey, Cap, what happened? I'm like, did you have stops? Did you have limit stops? Did you trade above each level? No, Cap. Right? Look at that beautiful hourly right there. Coming up, coming up, coming up, coming up. You know what I'm saying? Squeezes up here. Wait for the hourly to catch up to you. Bam, to the upside once more. Outstanding trading right here. Outstanding trading. Took out all these sellers, taking out all these sellers right now. Next target, sellers up here at 138.84. Next sellers, 143. Next sellers, 146. Next sellers, 150. 154. Valhalla, baby, 160.87. TGT. Oh, here we go. 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 What's going on over here? Ooh. Ooh. Oh, they want the music. They want the music, baby. They want the music. They want the music, don't they? You saw me draw it out for you earlier, right? I'll show you two things. Three things. Initial rejection trade. Danger zone. People get trapped in here. Take the money in here. Do it again. Take the money in there. Stay flat. Get the initial breakdown. Let them breathe. Big money trade down here. Big fat money trade right there. Target below, if we break 437.80 to the pivot, or 436.55, previous low on earlier down here. We can break this R1. We're going all the way down here. My cursor is right now. $12 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 hours until Fed rate decision. You want to hear that music so bad? You want it? You want me to put it on as we set it up? All right, I'm going to turn the bear music off if you get trapped in here, okay? I'm not really. You can tell them that I'm the parent, that I'm a pushover. I'm like, all right, fuck it. Have whatever you want. My wife is not that person. I am, though. I'm like, okay, what do you kids want? Bears have tried every day this week to get a real sell. They're claiming it's their time. No! I don't think that it is, but that's okay. We got Twitch users that want it bad. They usually get a good hit and run. Like at least once a day you give them a hit and run like a bank robbery. I mean, you don't even give them a bank robbery right now. It's like middle of the afternoon, like, hey, let me just hit and run a minute and I'm out, take the money and run. You don't even give them bears that right now. Like sellers are sellers are getting fucked like right here. I'll show you where sellers are getting fucked right about here. We run back up in here, get back into this consolidation, and boom, a trap. It's just like this. Whoop. Just like that. One more green bar up there just to reject these dirty, dirty, stinky bulls. One more green bar. And that bloodbath down here, right? Oh, hold on, I got the wrong one here. Hold on 1 second. I got the wrong song. Hold on, let me change that song up for you. Being a bad DJ, I got the other jam on for you. Is this it? Bears, make it rain, baby! Ooh!
Of England says you into its economic fall.
Watch out for a trade higher here. Sometimes you'll get a little bit of a squeeze in here. Some point down here, like the breakthrough, and then you'll get that bam, bam, bam. And you're going to look for that next trade down here. Can the Bears do it?
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow.
Take the money and reset your position.
Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Bears like, fuck no, let those puts go to zero, baby. I'm riding all the way down. Where's demand? Rug pull it, baby. Pull that rug. Woo! Getting a little sweaty in here right now. Getting a little itchy around the neck. What the fuck is happening with my hand, man? I'm growing all kinds of hair on my hand, bruh. Girls don't like this stuff. I need to get the shaver out. Gonna be... Getting those hairy arms going on out there right now. Oh yeah, Bears. Oh yeah, price target 1. Right on, Bears. Blood in the streets, baby. Bears want to hold this down here, right? They want to see the cross, right? They want to make sure they hold this. Bears have not been able to do this part right here, like this little bit right here. You want to see rejection off this yellow right here. We have not seen that at all, dude. Like the past, like, it's been like take the money and run in that first move down. And you're just looking for that. You're looking for that rejection right here. So we'll see if that happens. Watch it right now, okay? So there's a big place right here for a big move down. Normally, we start sending it right on this yellow line right here. Like, if you're looking for real selling, you are looking that yellow line and just start sending it down. If you start seeing that red line, white line, your stops need to be up here, okay? I'll tell you something if you're a seller right now. Like, you got to have some stops up there, you dig? If this trade goes against you, you get out. Personally, I take the money down here, and I look for the next leg. I like have the sell button ready to go. Slam, slam, slam. Some of you guys are like, I'm short from up here. I'm never closing them until I get my target down below. I get it. I get what you guys do. I get what you do. Oh, I gotta turn the flashing lights off and shit. Yeah, we called out Unity yesterday, didn't we? Is it still cranking? I haven't checked in on it today. Let me take a look at it. I think we looked at it yesterday, didn't we? We looked at Unity. Is anybody out there trading Unity today? Someone's asking. Does Damien's asking about Unity? Let me take a look at it for you, brother. Let me take a look at it for you. No trade on Unity. Unless you get, it's close. It's consolidating right now. On Unity, you've rejected twice at 156, right? So you're going to be buying the dip at 26 cents, trading it up to $1.62. The big move on Unity is likely above 172, but I'm still pretty bullish here. So if you wanted to day trade it, for today, price above 94 cents, price target $1.43 on Unity. So you wanted Unity software? Sorry, I'm bad. Hold on a second. No, we did Unity software yesterday. So Unity software, ready? As long as price stays above 41.10, your target to the upside is, hold on, let me look at this one. Target to the upside on you. One second here. I thought you wanted a different ticker. Let's take the money and run here. Take the money and run. Like, you're coming into, like, maybe leave 25% on. Let me see here. I mean, you got two more targets on high. You've got 46, 37, and 55. But I will say, well, I don't know, man. You're very bullish right here. Hold on 1 second here. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back with you. Apologize for that. I've got multiple instances of computers running the tool in the background, so I'm getting kicked in the background here. Okay, so Unity software. We looked at this one. Yes, we have this on the list for the portfolio. It is screaming higher. How high can it go? 38.54. You can remain long. So snap a box at 38.54. Targets to the upside. You're already at your first one. 41.44 is your first target. Second target, 48.07. Third target, $57. At each of those levels I just listed to you, you have to stay above those levels. And if it pulls back right now on this first target, so you're on your first target right now, right? You need to, if you get a pullback, you need to hold 38.64 and then jump back above and you'll hit everyone on the way up. Good job on Unity, by the way. Close your calls. You want me to show it to you how to explain this? Hold on, we'll do it again. We'll do you right now. Hold on, Damien. I did call that one out to you, right? So hold on. It is in our portfolio. Okay, so Unity. Wait a minute here. Hold on one second here. Give me a second here, brother. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Hold on 1 second here. I'm having some technical difficulties here. I'll be right back with you in just a moment. Just a heads up. SPY looking pretty bullish here. See if the sellers can come back in. Hold on one second here. All right, so here I'm coming back. I got cups everywhere here. I have like coffee cups going everywhere. Hang tight one more second. I get some more water. Hang tight. All right, I'm coming back here. See if we can get a swift reversal here. Look for a confirmation. Let me see what we're trying to do here. All right. Let's talk about, we said we were talking about TGT, right? Or not TGT, Unity. I'll do the Unity software here. And I'll tell you what, like when you're doing your own production, it is brutal. It's not easy. All right, so let's see if we can get a successful confirmation, reversal to the upside, and retest the prior high at 439.06. Leave that up for you there. We're going to look at Unity software. Oh, dude, VIX is dying. $441, $442. Where's our 3 up there? 440? Let's buy some calls. All right. Okay, so Unity. Let's take a look at Unity here. So Unity here is kind of squeezing up, right? What I want you to see here is that two things. I always like buying the hourly trend. I always like buying dips down here in Unity. This is a 30-minute chart, right? I always like to buy these lows down here, right? Buy that low right there. Nice run higher. Nice low down here, right? We ended up having a little bit more drop off, but it did come back up and trade higher. It's a little bit long here, right? A little bit long. This one took a little bit longer than usual. I also love day trading this stuff, like down here, down here, down here, down here. It's a 30-minute chart, by the way. So the question becomes, that we actually called out Unity the other day as having consolidated, so that we're not buying, catching knives, okay? So what we like about Unity is that we're not catching knives, we're buying dips, and we're seeing constructive moves to the upside. We've worn out sellers, right? So you got this known zone up here. So Unity software, right? You buy the dip, you sell the rip until it doesn't work any longer, right? You buy the dip, right? Come up here, we're at the top right here. What is the trade here on Unity? The trade is to take the money and run up here at 43.10, right? You take your money and run. If we see a break above and consolidation and it begins to move up, you can then take another position to the upside, right? And what are you looking for on that position to the upside? You know that you have trap buyers above here, right? You got some trap buyers here at 48. You know, you got more trap buyers up here that you have to wear out up here at 56. You know, you even have bigger moves above, right? This is Valhalla up here. And look at that blue line down here. It's even lower, right? We have another target here for the monthly at 71. And then you've got real Valhalla right here, right? Boom. 102.71. Another one right there at 90.25. So just level to level on Unity. It's a daily chart now, right? Just level to level on Unity. You trade each level, right? Take this up. If it rolls back over, market conditions say nope. You can come back in and try to buy this once more, right? And I want you to also keep the trade is dead if we break below 32.70. So if there's a rejection here and you're looking for a dip buy, currently that dip buy is at 34.17 on Unity. If you guys want me to go through, if you're just tuning in for the first time right now and you would like to see some of the tickers that we have in our portfolio, we can go over those right now if you like. We'll start at the top up here. We have Duolingo. D-U-O-L. It's right at its dip buy right now, 150.39. It's a little long in the tooth right here, so ready? Next dip buy for me on Duolingo, 124.73. 124.73 is my next dip buy. If Duolingo breaks above 158.82, I'll also take a buy there and look for a target above of 190, baby. Woof. Moving. Next one. Wait till you guys see these. If you're just tuning in for the first time, right? We don't catch knives around here. Never. We always look for tickers that have found a bottom, consolidated, or looking to make some major moves to the upside. So we've got Dash doing the same thing, right? Super bullish. Prices above the hourly, the daily, and the weekly. Trending higher. We've got a target above right now of 107. Stops below 63.05. Buying 63.05. Trying to push this all the way up right here. Bam, bam, bam. Tag that 104, 108 to the upside. That's Dash. Next one, Toast. Cranking, baby, today. Even, look, it's crazy. Says it's down 0.49%. Just look at it. Just boom, 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 boom. Next dip buy on Toast, T-O-S-T, 2114. 1965, ripcord underneath it, trend over below 1965. Insane here. Oscar, OSCR, next dip buy, 607, 792 to stay on trend. Next one, IONQ, next dip buy, $9.42. Next dip buy, 683. Personally, 683 would be my choice. FIP, baby. FIP. FIP needs to stay on trend at $3.11. Any break of that, and it's a no-go trade. FIP. Next dip buy, P-Core, baby. P-C-O-R. Starting to top out, take the money and run in this trade. Next dip buy on it, 61.80. Trend dead below 58.71, 58.17, believe it or not. Some of you are all going to want to come in here. I know some of you are all going to be like, yeah, I'm going to buy that. I'm going to buy that down there at 56. Still down there, right at that $58 right there on P-Core. Next one, HCP. Talked about taking the profit up here yesterday. Looks like you guys did it. Or excuse me, not yesterday, on June 1st. And then yesterday we talked about buying the dip down here. You did buy the dip down here. Congratulations. Hold on a second here. I'm getting a little long. My voice is killing me here. You bought the dip down below in HCP. I gave you this warning on this one yesterday specifically to watch out for this daily and weekly down below here. I would not personally, I mean, it's very squeezable here. Very squeezable here. But personally, this is a dangerous trade. If you're going to take this for the squeeze, 28.64. $28.64 is the stop out for you for a squeeze higher above 30.92 and 30.23. Personally, I don't like this trade here. It's very dangerous. Go against you. I always like to see the squeeze go higher. Bam. Come back down and check it. Let the hourly come up to show you the way higher in here. So I know that some of you guys are going to want to take this trade. Personally, for me, I want to see it above here. I want to see it above 30 bucks. And I want to see it hold 30 bucks. I'll buy the 30. I'll buy the 30 again for a target above on HCP.
This stream is sponsored by
33.84.
Daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market.
Next one, Shoals. Finally getting above its monthly. You can see all this nice consolidation down here. Big trade. We've been trading this one forever. Boom, 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 up, up, up. Consolidation. Blast higher. Coming back down to check to see if this is the new level. Right where we are, right? What is it waiting for here? It's waiting for trend to come up to meet it. So I'm going to expect some consolidation in here on trend. We'll check Shoals next week. We're going to look to see if we come in here and this daily comes up, the hourly comes up underneath it, and boom, we get another move to the upside. I don't want to see Shoals get below 24.50, 24.25 on Shoals. Another beautiful one. This thing's been a monster here. CFLT. No dip buying, right? Consolidation. Ripping faces off to the upside. I want to see that daily get up there. Currently on CFLT, I want to be buying 31.03 with a stop underneath it. Try to re-enter again at 26.60 for huge moves to the upside. Gappage everywhere. 38, 56, 75 on that one. The next one we're talking about here, SMRT, right? SMRT. We've been talking about this one for some time here. Sitting in, it was bought on, hold on a second here. $3.31. It got bought on its daily trigger. Trade is again right in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Buy these dips until they stop working. Sell the rips above at 375. If price can hold above 375, it is looking to make some major moves to the upside. Looking for $5.48. Next one, CHRD. Same thing, right? Right down here. It keeps getting bought in its daily. Bam, up in here. Bam, another one. It's looking for 155.35 right now. We have the daily moving up. We have major highs above. 164.11 is the next one. So just range-bound trading. If it comes down right now to 147.12 for a buy above to 155.73. If stops right here, right? And if it does break below on any market weakness, look for 142.29 for an entry with a stop below. Next one, GTLB. Same deal. Dude, we're like taking the money and running on these trades, aren't we? Like bam, 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 all the way to the moon. Daily crossing the weekly. Hopefully we can take some profit here or even as high as 57.38. At any point, if it breaks 49.74, you're going to look for a dip buy down below at $40, $41, somewhere in there. Maybe 45. 45 and 40 I'd be adding with a stop below 39.53. Next one. Next, baby. More screaming higher. As long as it holds trend on 41.82, you are good to go to the upside. If not, you're looking for a dip buy down below, same place. 39.13 for another entry right now. Breeze, baby. Consolidating on its hourly. It needs to hold $40.44. I would prefer to buy down here at like $38 or possibly even $35. We're going to move this one up. $35 down there. Let's hopefully we can get that. If not, you are looking to target some major highs back here. You've got, what do you got next? 43.57, 49.51 on that trade. There's Unity. We already talked about that one. Samsara, baby. Woo-hoo! Talked about that one here. It just keeps ripping faces off. It's not stopping. If you're trying to get another dip buy on that trade, 28.85. Probably $30 flat, or excuse me, 23.85. Probably $25 flat for that next dip. Hopefully it comes back down for you. If you're in that trade, congratulations. Fluence Energy never stopped trucking in its zigzag channel. Does it come back down? Please, can we get another dip buy on this one? Ready? Two places to buy a dip on this trade. First one, if you want to get out on this trade, it's a little bit long in the tooth right now. See that right there? Don't like that. So I'm not looking for this one. I want to buy a fat dip down below between 23 and 24.92 on FLNC. Next one, LMND Lemonade. Give me a dip buy again. Looks like it's weak here, right? Take the money and run on the zigzag channel. Looking for a dip buy in two places. $20 flat. I don't believe that one. I think it's going to come down here. Might want to short this one. 1785, possibly 1666. Lemonade. Like a short-term short, not a big one, just a short-term. Flattening out up here in the hourly, right? I want to buy this one at 1204. I want to see a short. Somebody come in here and short this shit down for me. Give me a nice little bounce down here. Consolidate. Get the hourly down here. Start trading this trend. Ooh, start trading this trend in here. Bam, 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 bam. Nice, easy way to make money. And then moves to the upside. If at any point, or one other thing to tell you, you don't need stops right now. I could keep going higher. If you stay above 1729, the move is still higher on CRDO, Credo Technology Group. Next one, rum in our buy zone down here, right? Shocker, got bought. They bought the dip on rum. If you have stops down here, your next dip buy is $9.40. They bought the fucking dip on daily. On Rumble. Good job on that dip buy. Target. We already talked about Target today. Okay, so we're done. Well, that's our list right now for you. So if you didn't get all those, you can always pause this program, go back and check. You can come back to this show later on your own time. It's 12:38 in the afternoon. You can always come back and review this video later. Pause it, write these stocks down, look at those lines, and look for places to buy the dip. Sellers on SPY, still in charge here and selling right here. Guess I ain't buying any fucking calls, am I? Let's see if we can make some money on the downside here. What do we got for a target down below? 432? 435? Those are pretty fucking cheap, aren't they? Got some dirt cheap puts in here. 432s are 15 cents. Where are we at here? 432. 15-cent puts. They're dirt fucking cheap, man. Dirt fucking cheap. They're way, way cheap. Way, way, way cheap down there. R3, 440.45. Expected range today. Go down there. Expected range on this Fed meeting down below here, 433, 433.50. Upside. Upside target right here, 44,103, somewhere in here. So we'll do new PTs here. We got a PT above. Expected move, we'll call it. Expected move for today. Right there. Expected move for the downside, right here. If anyone has a different numbers than these, let me know. These are the ones that I pulled on the open this morning. Hourly trigger for SPY is what? Right here. 430. Right here. Has not worked all day, all week, right? Has not worked for bears. Right on the pivot is where the hourly trigger is. Downside. Expected move lower. Trend is this yellow line right here. If at any point we break below, today, tomorrow, next day, there are your levels for bears. One right here, one right here, one right here, and then three trades. 1, 2, and 3 for bears. Buy side. Here's your 3 trades. Down and up we go. Do not get caught in here. Your next trade above is 441.30. And then you're looking at 460, baby. 460. I'm not going to show it to you here in this stream. We showed it yesterday. But that's where you are, man. That's where the big red bars are, right there. They're telling you no. And what you guys want to know my positioning here? I am hedged to the tits. I've got a bunch of puts for the 20th. I got a bunch of puts for today. I've got a 432 P's. And I'm going to try to build myself here some kind of a strangle here. Grab some calls down here, park both of these bad boys in here, and I'm going to try to build a strangle and try to catch both sides of this trade. Get that to sit better for you. Right up in there. Have that the right place, a little bit lower here. You guys want some bear music? I am hedged to the tits here. If I haven't named your ticker, more than likely you're trading with everybody else. I want you guys to know out there, if you're a new follower here, right? I want you guys to understand something. We run a program in the background. We have a machine learning and artificial intelligence engineer, staff engineer from a top tech company, and he has built me a tool that spits them out. He spits these companies out because if the market's going up or down, they hold. They are trading outside the norms of the regular stock market. If they have a huge down move unexpected, where your Snaps and your Facebooks, your Netflixes, and your Teslas are going a direction, tells us to take those trades on. Most of your trading out there, I was talking to Winky about this, right? Most of your trading out there that you guys do, most people out there that trade, they're trading stuff that all trades together. If the market's going up, your ticker's going up. Market's going down, your ticker's going down. I could run your trade or your ticker against 5 other tickers, and they're all trading the same. The tickers that I show you here are from our portfolio. We run these scans while the market is burning. While you're pointing your finger at a tech stock or whatever stock you're looking at, and you're seeing those tickers move with the market, right? So the whole market, like an audience, is paying attention to everything selling. And there's some tickers out there that are not. There are hedge funds out there. And what they do is they hire very smart people and they go and check these companies. These companies are selling real products. They've been repriced from COVID. And they're pushing in the background money into them, regardless of the market goes up and down. And so we're trying to identify those while the market is burning. So we check those out. We find that there's big volume coming into them. And then what they do is they sell them to you down the road. When they get to like $200-300, you're the guy buying it and they're selling into you. So we're always looking for those tickers. Those are the tickers that we cover here. We have a stock market show starting on the 18th on Sunday, where we'll do in-depth analysis. And if you come to that show on Sundays, and you have your favorite ticker that you want to have charted out, you can request it in that stock show. It's 11 a.m. on Sundays. The 18th, you can show up, and if you say, hey, I've got a favorite ticker, I want you to do an in-depth analysis on it, well, we'll try to get to that for you. But most tickers out there, man, they trade with the market, dude. Like, you just watch the market. They go up when the market goes up, then go down when the market goes down. You should always be looking for the edge that you can get on other people. The edge is a hard thing to find and to get. You're always looking for stuff that shouldn't be getting nailed, things that are capitulating, things that are being accumulated, all that kind of stuff. Is SE a falling knife? C limited. Ooh, I used to trade this. I used to trade SE. No, it is not a falling knife, but I will tell you this, dude. When I used to trade this stock, man, it was a trader stock. Not a buyer on it unless it gets above 66.92. There's a possible dip buy down below at 63.06. But I am bullish on this stock. I'd really like to see it get above 70.76 for its next trade. Bring that one up on Sunday. SE is developing. It's good. It's got nice development to it. It's got some, yeah. It's ready to go. It's ready to ramp. I like that ticker. Good job. I would not, like, personally for me, for where we are in the market, maybe come back and try to just buy that consolidation. But it's going to break through that 66.77 at some point here soon. But I will look at that one on a Sunday for you. I'll write it down. SE is a good ticker. I like it. Spent a lot of time trading that ticker. That was a regular printer, man. That was a good ticker to trade. A lot of professionals trade that ticker. They're in, out, in, out, in, out. I love you too, Dairy Doug. Easter, 11 o'clock, Wall Street time. Wall Street. We're in the stock market. It's always Wall Street time. Even if you're in Japan, even if you're in Europe, it's Wall Street time, baby. Wall Street time. Good question. Man, I hated living in the West and trading Wall Street time. Yeah, SE is a good ticker. If it was me and I was a trader of SE, I'd be in this stream right now going, please, 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 please sell the market so I can get another good dip buy. That's what I'd be saying. We have a Twitch. We have a Twitch. Does anybody have the Croissant? Do you have the results of the poll from earlier? By chance. Does anybody have the by chance have the does anybody have the results from the poll earlier on what the Fed rate decision would be? When I was looking at it earlier, let's see if I can find it. I'm not good at this stuff, but I don't know where that chat is, right? Or where that poll is. Chat settings. That's what I saw winning too, was 25 BPS plus a pause winning. That's what I saw. 25 BPS. So the chat in Twitch, maybe if Winky's here, he'll run that poll for YouTube. But we had taken a poll. We only ran it on Twitch, I believe, and it looks like everyone's in agreement that, or not in agreement. The highest probability today is 25 BPS and a pause. $25 BPS and a pause. Yeah, so what I do is I run this on another program called Streamlabs, and Winky knows how to run a poll for both streams. Maybe if he's here, he can run one. He was in here earlier, right? Let's see if he's back again. I just texted him right now to find out. I want to buy some 0-date calls too, and I don't know exactly which ones to buy here. Nights 443s. I don't think we get there. 441s. 443s are 20 cents. I'm interested in those, but I don't think we're going to 443. So if we get a huge move higher, I'm gonna have to cut them loose. Is that bullish or bearish? I think it's the best thing you can. I think that's the best. If you're a bull, I think overall it's the best result for you. I think if you get a pause, I could be wrong on this, but if you get a pause and no rate hike, I think we're going to get an explosive move higher, and then you're going to see a huge sell in the market. That's what I think. Or we might have already had the explosive move higher. I'm very scared of a pause. When I look back historically on the SPX on pauses, it's never pretty. It gets really violent. A lot of people get washed out of those moments. Either that day or the next day or the day after. People tend to get washed pretty hard. Both sides, sellers and buyers. It's a very dangerous trading environment. It's the kind of thing that you want to be on your hand, sitting on your hands on. And 25 BPS probably with a pause, depending upon the language. Probably negative here, briefly negative, but it will sustain a sideways and up to the right market for you. I know you don't believe that, but that's true. You want the 25 BPS, you want a pause for the summer, and you want like a slowing of rates, or maybe like the threat of more rates, but they don't do it for 3 more months. They don't actually give you a rate increase, and then they eventually cut, and the market's high enough that it can absorb a reversal to the downside. I know you guys probably don't believe that. It's not the zeitgeist right now, so I get it. I get that I'm not with everybody else right now. We'll switch to the 1-minute track here so you guys can have fun watching this rate hike happen. So you guys can see it move really fast. When we get close to the rate decision, if you're on Twitch, you only have a 4-second delay. If you're on Twitch, you have a 4-second delay. If you're on YouTube, you have to go down to the bottom of the cogwheel and speed up the playback so that you're real time with me. Yeah, there's this whole thing, like if they actually pause, we could have already made the liquidity grab. They usually will they'll usually go back down to the trough and they'll check. They'll make sure that's bottom. You get your second check on the trough and they'll reset the market. They'll reprice a bunch of shit, and then we're off and running in a new bull market. So it's a very, today is a day for me where it's like lottos. It's not, I'm positioning myself for the next move. Just lottos. That's all it is. It's a big day. Believe it or not, it's a bigger day than you think it is. Or maybe some of you think it's not a big day. I think that it's a big day. It sets up what it'll be digested. It'll be digested for the next couple weeks. It'll decide what we're going to do for the next 3 months. Yeah, I'm a little wary here. So I just click on the CloudBot. Let me see. Look for CloudBot here. Click on the CloudBot. Looking for the CloudBot. Looking for the CloudBot. Don't see a CloudBot. Don't see a CloudBot here. Settings, maybe? Oh, there we go, CloudBot. Oh, here we go, CloudBot. Let's see what we got here. Ooh, CloudBot. Click on the CloudBot. I'm on the CloudBot right now. Looking at it. Analytics, recent events, all stars, essentials, alert box, all widgets, tipping, themes and overlays, CloudBot. Click on that one. What that bad boy does. Name, modules, commands, timers, quotes, queue, loyalty. Oh, polls, baby. Ooh. There we go, dude. Oh, man. Okay, hold on here. Oh, dude, I can run these myself. Let's see here. Profile settings, add poll profile. Title. Ooh, yeah. Oh, I can do it. Can I do it? I'm looking at it right now, big boy. I'm looking at it right now. What is the Fed decision going to be? What? Wait a minute. I'm looking at it right now, big boy. What is the Fed rate decision? Options. What do we got? We wrote it down earlier. 50 BPS. We'll give the bears. We'll give the sellers. Let them get all hot and sweaty. BPS 1. Add. Oh, no, can't. The command, I can't do that. 1 doesn't work. Add. Okay, 50 BPS. Okay, wait, hold on. 25 BPS pause. PS pause. Command 2. Add. 25 BPS. No pause. Okay, command 3. Then we got 0 BPS, no hike. Pause. Command 4. Add. Okay, all right. Done. Press done, maybe. Done. Poll added. You guys see a poll? Let me know if you guys see a poll. I don't see a poll. A little bit of excess mainframe. Click, 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 click. Clickety click. I don't see it. It looks like it's working here. I don't see this fucking thing. Polls. Yeah, definitely not seeing it. Maybe it takes a few minutes for it to kick on. Yeah, I don't see it in here though. Oh, wait a minute. Here, I see it here. I see it now. It's at the bottom. Okay, a poll has opened. You do, to answer this poll, let me see if I can click on this. Yeah, the answers aren't really doing it. What is the Fed rate? It's really quirky, isn't it? Not really doing it. So I got to write into the E1, 2, 3, and 4, right? So I'm going to tell you guys what to vote. It's kind of fucking quirky. Like there's a name for it, but then the thing has to be. Here, let me delete that one.
Posted the US
I'm going to close the poll.
Doc on the feed for all those interested.
Hold on a second here. I'm going to do it again. Polar Fed. No. Cancel that poll. Yes. Do another one. What will the Fed rate decision be? Oh, dude, you guys print. You better be printing my fucking puts here. So I did it once. I'm fine now.
According to the Canadian Finance Minister, Canada is to halt all government-led activity at China-led Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. All right, I think I got this one now, Winky. Done. Let me try this one again, man. There we go. There's your poll. Is that better? So you do I vote. Here, let me see this here. Sweet. So what you do is you do I vote. I'll show you guys what you do. You do I vote. Oh. There you go. You guys are doing it now. $1:04 in the afternoon, 1 hour left. Ooh, come on, baby. Print these fucking puts that I have. Print these fucking puts, baby. Print these puts. Print these puts, baby. Oh, look at that. There's nothing down there, dude. There ain't shit down there. John L. just launched the poll inside of Discord, so if you want to follow along, maybe John L. can give the results from Discord in the chat of YouTube and Twitch. I'm going to spin up some, I'm going to spin up in the background here the Fed rate decision. 82 minutes until Fed Chair Powell speaks. U.S. economy to avoid a recession in 2023 and inflation seen falling to 3.1%, the IIF. Campbell, the U.S. will continue to advocate for appropriate military dialogue with China. Senators offer a bill to limit personal data to China. Effective funds rate, 5.08%, June 13th, unchanged. NVDA, baby, shares hit record high, last up 2%. Walter Bloomberg posting a note saying hints to the Fed's July decision could trigger big reaction coming from Douche Bank. Markets are turning attention to the Fed's July meeting while odds of a pause today are 94%. Woof. 94%. According to CME's FedWatch tool, for July, the bets are 58% for a hike and 38% in no increase. Market pricing is currently pointing towards just one more rate hike in July, so any indication there'll be more or less than that could lead to a big reaction. Douche Bank economists say in a note, the main problem for the Fed is that core CPI has still been stubbornly persistent, they say. Douche Bank expects today's statement, quote, we'll see a hawkish adjustment, end quote, or not end quote, and will note the potential for more tightening at coming meetings, end quote. I'll read that to you again. The main... Just let me make sure I got this right. Douche Banks, let me see if I can get all of this quote here for you. Market pricing, this is quote, market pricing is currently pointing towards just one more rate hike in July, so any indication there'll be more or less than that could lead to a big reaction. The main problem for the Fed is that core CPI still has been stubbornly persistent. We will see a hawkish adjustment and will note the potential for more tightening at coming meetings. That was from Douche Bank. Douche. Sorry, the wording in that article was kind of wonky. No puts right now on the SPY. I am the only one. 125,000 calls on 438 right now. So it looks like I'm the only one on the put side of this. Everybody else is long here. You're all long here except for me. I'm the only one in puts here. Okay. I'm the only person here in puts. You're all long calls here. You all know that, right? 125,000 calls at 438C. I'm the only guy sitting in puts. Okay. Another lopsided meeting. Unexpected. I didn't expect a lopsided meeting here. And here we go. You still can't short, but only because their puts are at zero and I can sell them? Yeah, I'm holding puts here, man. I'm in zero dates for today, and I'm in some 620 puts. Oh, you're in 620s too? Right on. Yeah, I'm in puts here. The fucking market is lopsided to the upside, so see what happens here. You've been bag holding your puts since May 4th.
Yeah, like every day I'm getting some. So like the past 2-3 days at the close, I'm getting some for some farther time out. And then today specifically, I've tried twice this week with 0-date puts. I think I've had 1 or 2 successful days. The rest of them just burned off of profits from the call side. And right now, for this decision, I am on fucking puts, man. I am not bullish here. Okay, so the poll has ended. It says the poll has ended. Let me see if I got this right. This seems kind of wonky here. Let me check the poll here in the background. I think you get a lot of people that did not vote. Everybody's saying 25 BPS, no pause. That's what I've got right now. We've got some it's really quirky. It's really quirky here in the background. I'm going to have to run one of these. I think people aren't voting because maybe I worded it incorrectly. No, I'm looking at the one I'm looking at right here. I'm looking at one right here that says I've got 0 votes for 50 BPS. I got 5 votes for 25 BPS and a pause. I've got 7 votes for 25 BPS, no pause, and 2 votes for no hike. That's impressive. Impressive that someone thinks no pause. Impressive here. Here's your rug pull down below. 436.18. I'm going to let my positioning be known with the Discord. I'll be right back.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you.
All right, so I let everybody know what I am inside of Discord. Good luck to all of you out there today. Now we have 9 votes for 25 BPS and a pause on what will the rate decision be today. 620 puts. It depends. I'm gonna have to pay attention to them today in case we get a today, right? It's gonna be a really big thing if we can get down below this hourly trigger or not, and then do they get repriced? Hold on, I gotta check my puts right now. Oh, sweet.
106 counterparties take 2.109 trillion at the Fed reverse repo.
Making some good money right now. I should have fucking bought more. Yeah, low of the day is right here. Everybody's on call side. I'm looking at the chain right now. You guys are loaded to the tits. 129,000 calls for $1.20. Give me just a little bit of your give me just a little tiny bit of your bucket of water there. You guys have a big old bucket of water. I only have an empty bucket over here. I'm like going to the dealers and I'm like, dude, my bucket is empty. Look at those guys. You're going to give them all your water? Come on. The devil answered and said he can't talk right now. I had a really funny one that I had. I should pull it out. It was like Jerome Powell sits at dinner. Someone put it on Wall Street Bets last night. Jerome Powell pushes his chairs in for dinner. A very small man walks up to the table and asks him, tonight, sir, will you be dining on swine or bear this evening? Something like that. The guy wrote it much funnier than I could. Oh, yeah. Print them up for daddy. Some of that money on there. Take some of that money away from them bulls. Those guys are loaded to the tits to the upside. They got Valhalla waiting for them. Look at him. It's up here. We have Valhalla up here. Good luck to you. I don't care if you're a bull, bear, seller, buyer. I don't care what you are. Man, Tasty dude is doing it once again. Tasty is doing some wonky shit today. Wonky shit. Giant head and shoulders right here. Liquidity leaving the market currently. Previous low right here. Hourly trigger down here. HYG sitting on its 2070 EMA in a 5-minute. VIX trying to catch its legs here. Tesla just sitting out there, man. Dangerous in Tesla right now. IWM taking a major hit right now. NASDAQ rolling over, trading underneath its 2070 EMA in a 5-minute chart. Got 1 vote for 50 BPS, 2 votes for 25 BPS and a pause. 3 votes for, no, scratch that. Scratch these numbers. They got 1 vote for 50 BPS. They got 11 votes for 25 BPS and a pause. I've got 8 votes for 25 BPS, no pause. That's the one that I'm on. You're not getting a pause. I think you're going to get a modified pause. Like you're getting 25 BPS and then the language will change in the presser. And then Jerome Powell will actually pause for the rest of summer. No hike, 3 votes. So I want you to know my stance here. Clear as day. You're getting 25 BPS. The language of the press release should state pause, and then he's going to hammer you inside that presser. He's going to tell you, fuck off, you're going to get more rate hikes. One day, I guarantee it. Next 2 months, 3 months, I'm coming for you in the fall. I do think this might still be the terminal rate for 5.25, but the language is key here. If you hear anything like pause 0, I don't think that's good. I'm not a fan of that. If you hear that pause today, man, look the fuck out. Maybe not right now, but maybe in a day, 3 days, 5 days, 6 days, watch out.
Yeah, I see HYG with the pump up there. If you guys want to let people know inside the chat what your positioning is into this rate decision, feel free, man. You guys are all retail traders. There's no reason for you to not help each other out here. You guys are retailers, man. You guys are going up against the big boys. You guys are going up against algorithms, high-frequency trading firms. You guys are going against big banks. You're going against, what, people in the know, the Senate. You're going against each other. If you guys are bullish here, if you guys are strangles, if you guys are selling options to people, I don't doubt that either. People are trying to sell options. The CME FedWatch tool is a bunch of gamblers, degenerates like myself. Basically, right? A bunch of degens out there placing bets on up or down. It's a market. You're copy trading? Be careful, man. Don't be copy trading. You guys have 4-second delay. Do you have stop limits here? Like, we could easily squeeze right here, right now. Like, right here is a great squeeze. You know, can you handle a trade to here? Are you in right here? Are you in up here? You don't always want to be copy trading me. You sold the call side of your strat. You're only in puts now. You're in puts waiting for direction. See what you guys are doing out there. Lots of quiet in the chat right now. Let me see what people are saying inside the Discord. See what people are saying on the trading floor. See what people are saying in the futures Globex market. Lots of discussion inside the trading room. Not really market right now stuff. Some people saying they might jump in some Q puts earlier today. So if someone did that, they're probably printing a little bit right now. Good job if you bought some of those puts earlier. Futures Globex right now. Hey, what do we got in here? David AMS, baby. Gangster trader. Let's see what they're saying in here. Yeah, nice little long scalp at NQ. They got a runners for NQ to the downside. Dude, I love our futures Globex channel on Discord is so gangster. So gangster. Matter of fact, I'm going to stay in there today. I'm going to stay in the futures Globex. See what those guys are saying. I haven't spent any time in there, so we're going to stay inside our Discord. Oh, by the way, if you would like to join our Discord, everything we do here is free. There will always be a free option for you. Some people do demand data and stuff like that. That stuff is very expensive. So they are asking for that stuff. Watch out for a squeeze here. I am watching some premium kick on the put side right now. I am watching some premium kick here. There's a little bit of juice flowing into the put side. Not much, but a couple pennies here and there. That's good to see. Hey, how's everybody doing in there? So I'm in futures Globex right now with those guys. New phone, who this? What do you, yeah, see if they'll answer in here. What's the trade here? I wonder if people sitting on their hands in Futures Globex channel or not. You guys check out the Futures Globex. Just to let you know, if you join the channel, we've made some administration and moderator changes. We're trying to adjust the Discord for ease of use, usefulness, and enjoyability. So if you've ever been in our Discord and said, yeah, they're a little too hard in there, they weren't nice to me, I didn't get the help that I needed, or if it was too difficult to use, please give us one more chance. If you still don't like it, raise your hand and say something. You should not get yelled at inside our Discord. None of the mods and the admins in there are going to do that to you. If you want a free place to go, tired of paying subscriptions, tired of paying alphas, tired of paying furus, tired of paying for pump and dumpers, any of that kind of stuff, trying to learn something, we have an education channel with recorded education stuff, free. So there you go. I mean, it's all free right there. We got gamma traders in there. We've got long-term traders. We got Winky in there calling out stock picks. It's a basket of wealth of information. Come on, baby. Print me some of this put side. All these call holders. 133,000 now calls. Dude, fucking relentless call buying here. Take all that money away from that call buyer. Oh, baby, make a print for daddy. Now trading 22 cents on those 432Ps. Oh. Whoa, baby. Take some of that water out of the bucket of the call buyers. Oh, baby. Oh. Winky's in there. Winky's saying what up? Right on, Winky. Yeah, I agree with that, Photon Trader. Photon Trader saying there's so many open close levels. Agreed, Photon Trader. Oh, we rug pulling in here. Pull that rug. Come on, baby. Pull that rug in there. Just yank it. Come on, give me that little yank down in there. Oh, there ain't a lot of stuff down there, is there? Hang on to your panties, bulls. Oh, boy. Whoa. 4350 down there. Buckle up, bulls. You got your party. We played your music. We played you your bull music today. We broke out the birthday cake. 28 minutes. I'm looking at implied vol. I'm looking at 0-to-8 put buyers, different group. So when you're out there and you're looking at the data that you're getting that data at 9:30 in the morning, 9 o'clock, 9:30, somewhere in there. And that's the grouping of two types of put buyers, like recent put buyers, and then people that have been hedging this shit for months and months and months and months. And then you got a whole nother group of call and put buyers, and they come out during the day. And it's very difficult to see those call and put buyers. But if you can find them, those little gremlins in there, you can see them sneaking into the market. Some of them are people. Some of them are, I don't know. They say they're not dealers. That's what they're like. They're not dealers. I'm like, oh, maybe they are. Like the invisible hand is out there touching the market. Bam, bam, bam. There's an invisible hand sneaking into the market all day long. I see it. I trade 0 dates. I see it. Sometimes they come on both sides and pin it. Other times they come on one side. Get too many on one side, we run down. If you're off sides, you get eaten up. They take your money, stick their straw in, and they drink it up. Yeah, I'm watching it in real time. And I see him doing it. And I watch every day. I'm watching it back and forth, back and forth. Hey, what's going on, Joey Donut? How you doing, brother? I drink your milkshake. I know, Joe Donut's like, Joey, tell us what your positioning is. I think Joe's like, we're going to the moon. I think Joe's a good friend of mine, like very close confidant. He's my partner. So if you guys don't know who Joe Donut is,
non-bank firms.
He's our chief compliance officer. I asked him to, he didn't give me any money or nothing. I asked him to be a partner with me as my chief compliance officer. And his main job is to ensure, literally his main job is to ensure that I don't become a furu, that I'm not selling scams, that I'm not stock pumping, that we are true to our original mission, right? Hang out with some other traders, make money together as a group, and you know, it's tired of seeing people lose money all day long. And Joe and I used to trade together and try to become profitable traders, and then try to, you know, increase the group size as we got bigger and bigger and bigger as a group. And you can see all these guys, right? They're all on vacation. They're all doing very well for themselves, very well. For themselves. So if you guys don't know him, his name is Joe Donut. You can find him on Twitter. And he's kind of like, when I was in the Army, you'd have a battle buddy. So you have a battle buddy, and that guy makes sure that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, right? If you fall down, he picks you up. If you're doing the wrong thing, he corrects you, all that kind of stuff. Okay, close the poll. I'll close it right now. Okay, so looks like I have to, you know, you're right, Winky. I need to like I have to write the poll better so that people understand how to put entries. And I think they attempted to, and they weren't able to. So we've got 1 vote, 50 BPS. We've got 11 votes, 25 and a pause. 8 votes, 25 no pause. and we've got 5 votes. No hike at all. I do have a programming note. I'm going to close the poll now for you. The poll is closed. You should get results. Thanks for giving me an update, Winky. I don't know how to close this poll, too. I do want to let you know out there, just as a programming note, I'll give you another update as we head in the next 15 minutes. Just some programming notes here. The live stream will be up and running on Friday, but I will not be here. I have a meeting with some very important people that are just like very important people that want to have proof of concept. They want to make sure that what I'm doing is right. And so I've got an important meeting with some, they're expensive to be sitting around. So I got to make sure that I'm doing this right. I want to make sure that I stay on the right side of the law and all that kind of stuff. And so I've got a meeting on Friday. I have to be there all day long. The stream will be up for you. It's a nice place to take a strangle, isn't it? Great place to take a strangle here. We will turn up the news squawk for you so that you get to hear everything as it drops. We'll have the presser for you as well at 2:30. But I won't be here on Friday. You'll still get the stream. If I can get somebody to go on voice, I will. But I won't be here Friday. I have to go and
Senate
do this meeting of a choice.
Nominees is to be held June 21st.
IWM's taking a major hit. Still not that bad, though. That's about where I got out, right? Like 185 or something. I think that's where I got out on IWM. Somewhere in there. It's back to where I got out, so I'm happy. Dixie catching some legs right now. NASDAQ in a holding pattern. It is forming a bear plane right here. VIX catching some legs. I will be here with you tomorrow. I did post a link to the Discord. If you're looking for a group of traders, we have a large group of people that watch us daily. Like for a daily live stream, we're a pretty large group. We're active traders. You can always join us in the Discord. You might not know that on Twitter and FinTwit. You may not know that there, but there's a substantial group of us on FinTwit, so you can always share with each other, hey, what's your FinTwit handle, that kind of stuff. We also have a stock picking show starting on Sundays, where we review we have an algorithm being developed by a machine learning and artificial intelligence staff engineer from a big tech company, and we are going to be showcasing those stock picks and sells, buys and sells on Sundays at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wall Street time. That's Binky that's doing that show for us. We're also trying to roll out a nightly recorded show for you, so you'll have a full package. Think about that. You'll have a live stream during the day, a weekly recap or a nightly recap video at some point. You'll have a Sunday stock show. You have a Discord. You'll have tools. I don't think anyone's doing that right now, are they? Maybe. I doubt it. I'm going to say nobody. You're happy to host the show and help everyone lose money anytime? Hell yeah. I need someone that wants to make. I'm actively looking for somebody right now. I'd be willing to spend some time with them to do a stock market recap every night. It's pretty easy. You don't really have to pick a side, man. It's fairly easy to see where levels are. If this, then that. That kind of stuff. People just like to have that video recorded at nighttime. Takes some time though. It's like, like making a recorded video can take, when you first start, and it's like 3 to 5 hours before you get it out there after all the editing. So it is a lot of work. It's a lot of dedication. We also have a website launching right now. It's called TradeTheTrigger.com. TradeTheTrigger.com right now. Don't be trying to enter in your credit cards and stuff. We have a suite of tools coming out. Some of them are free. We got a bunch of free tools that are coming out on that website. If you do sign up with your email address, you'll be the first to beta test all of this stuff. It's pretty badass. We're trying to launch paper trading, all kinds of craziness. We've got some sentiment feeds, all kinds of that stuff. It's going to be really cool. And we've been beta testing this stuff in the background. And it's crazy. Like, some very intelligent people are like, I don't believe you. I'm like, I'll just send you a text every time. And I send them a text, and it's hit every single time. So these things are pretty cool. And matter of fact, I got a meeting on Friday about this because no one's believing me. So I got a big meeting on Friday. Holy, are you serious? I have 900 followers on Twitch? Are you serious? Let me take a look here. 900 followers? Let me take a look here in the background. You gotta be kidding me. That's insane. I can't believe right now, right? I've got like 2,000 views. I've got like almost 2,000 views, 1,500 views on Twitch a day or a stream. You guys are insane. I love you guys. Let's give a shout out to users right now. I gotta say, you guys might not know this. If you're on YouTube right now, you may not know this. I hit the #1 feed on stocks and bonds on Twitch. For streamers on Twitch, they can take you like 2 or 3 years to get 200 views. Most Twitch streamers get like 20 viewers for stuff that they stream. So this is it's like being massive on YouTube. I didn't realize how big of a thing that was until Winky had to like hand feed it to me. He's like, sit down, crayons. I'm like, oh, I know these crayons. He's like, take tablet, I write out for you. And I'm like, okay. I didn't know what he meant. And he's like, impressive. Some streamers never ever reach that. So first of all, just want to say thank you to you if you're watching us on Twitch. I want to give some shout outs to people that have been supporting the stream. Thank you to Sativa Tree. He gave 100 bits to support the stream. People are raining money for people to get free subscriptions on Twitch right now. Miro, is Miro here? Is Miro in the house right now? Somebody let me know if Miro's in there. Is Miro inside the house on Twitch right now? That's my man. That's my man, dude. Can somebody try to make Miro a moderator if that's actually him? MIR0_BE. Make him an important person, a VIP or something. Can we let everybody chat inside of Twitch today? Can we let everybody chat inside of Twitch? How do we do that? Open up the comments in Twitch today. Shoot, I think that might be Miro. Dude, Croissant is gifting the entire sub. Free subscriptions everywhere. I think Mero might be in there. MIR0_BE. If you're watching right now, Mero, I love you, brother. I fucking love you, man. Juan Enriquez is in there right now. We're on a rug pull right now in the marketplace. We've got 13 minutes until the drop. We'll have the exact press release, and I will read it to you after the news squawk gives you the DL and what it means. Gary Malozzi, Joe LaRoque, Bullshit, Vinny Cuz, Tiger B15, Swag 12, The Real Gamer 41, Alex Food Rorick, TD 24,000, Diebang 81, Plimpton, Mandarin Bastra, Chris Good, Maladetto, J Yachts, 5 Fund, KTS 808, Corey Haran, Chad, Creed Sucks, Palpatino Pro. Some of your names, dude, I'm going to get in so much trouble repeating some of these names. Rory Morph Murphy, great name. Krishina Davini, Shamshid Sharif, Death Diggler. Death Diggler, really? Death Diggler? MSZOLDRA, T Rent Tent, Trent Reader, Joe Johansson, Casper Rope Gabriel, Rippin' Z Faces, baby, what a name. Croissant just gave everybody a bunch of stuff. Can we open up the chat today? Someone's name is Creed Sucks. Croissant is the man, dude. We have to change our names to like Croissant is a legend. We should all be like one version of Croissant and Winky. Winky's in the house right now. Joe Donut's in the house right now. Chaz. Want to say special thanks to Ravology, John L. We got a whole bunch of admins, moderators. Who else we got out there? Binky's out there. What else do we got out there right now? We got John L, Rob SFO slamming it in there. We got Blind Nest Owl slamming it out there. We got David AMS. Let me go through this for a minute here. Need to get some shout outs here. I want to give a shout out to Binky, Blind Nest Owl, David AMS, Diesel, Donut, Doughboy Capital, E-Trade and Shorts, John H, Winky Face, gave all those out already. Let's see what some others. And you guys want to talk about a community? I'm serious. We got all kinds of people in the background just trying to make sure we can do this for you day in, day out.
Market pricing has shifted massively over recent weeks, but we think the most likely outcome remains the Fed leaving policy rates unchanged on the 14th of June. There will be some dissent, and a shock inflation reading could make it a very close decision. Either way, the Fed will leave the door open for further rate moves. Just over a month ago, Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell hinted that after 500 basis points of rate hikes over a 14-month period, interest rates may finally have entered restrictive territory, and the Fed could pause at the June meeting to take some time to evaluate the effects. Markets took this as a signal that we may already be at the peak, with the fear that the combination of high borrowing costs and tighter lending conditions could prompt a recession, with inflation falling swiftly back towards the target. On the 4th of May, Fed funds futures contracts were pricing in 86 basis points of interest rate cuts by year end, and the target range heading below 4% at the January 2024 FOMC meeting. We believe that there will be a majority on the committee who think they have tightened policy a lot, and it makes sense to wait. This was certainly the commentary from senior Fed officials such as Governor Philip Jefferson and Philadelphia Fed Governor Patrick Harker, that while there is still significant room for improvement, the Fed is close to the point where we can hold rates in place and let monetary policy do its work. Moreover, recent data releases have been sending very mixed messages, which suggests it may make sense to pause to evaluate. And JP Morgan says on Wednesday, the Fed should provide more clarity on the trajectory of rates after So on Wednesday, the Fed should provide more clarity on the trajectory of rates after vacillation in market expectations over the past month, which we illustrate in the week's chart. As of Friday, the federal funds futures market was pricing in a 28% probability of a hike in June and a 54% chance of a skip in June, followed by a hike in July. Since the FOMC last met, expectations have oscillated due to the resilient growth and moderating inflation and diminished threats from regional banking turmoil, a solution to the debt ceiling standoff and mixed messages in the public pronouncements of Fed officials. Given a gradual slowdown in growth and inflation and the fact that we have yet to see the full effect of the cumulative 500 basis points of hikes so far, the Fed would be well advised to pause at this point. Nevertheless, another hike is still clearly on the table, and if the Fed doesn't hike this week, Chairman Powell will likely emphasize that skipping a rate hike now does not necessarily imply that the Fed is done raising rates. However, regardless of the Fed's decision and messaging this week, we expect to see rate cuts within the next year that should improve the backdrop for investors across a broad range of assets.
So you heard it right there, right? You heard that commentary there, that even if you get a pause or a 25 and pause, you should expect strong hawkish language. Now, you do also know that if that paper or that press release hits the wires, they're not going to care about that strong language in the initial move, right? If we come into a pause or 25 BPS in a pause, you could get that initial rip up higher on a pause, and then he'll bring it right back down on your attempt to. I love all of you guys out there. Traveling tradesman, what up, brother? Ms. Zoldra, hello. Blast Flash 11, hello. Doing great in here, right? Just another Fed day. Liquidity leaving the market as we await the decision. As we await the decision. Fed decision. Let each other know how you're positioned in this Fed rate hike decision. You know how I am positioned. I've got 0 date puts here, and the reason is because they're so cheap. I'm thinking about adding some call side to it. They're getting cheap on the call side right now. So I'm thinking about adding 443 so I can catch both sides.
Time, we get US
I might drop those in here in just a minute.
No change on the prior 5.25%, the FOMC SEP, and the FOMC rate statement. Looking at more analysts' predictions, Wells Fargo says at the conclusion of the Federal Reserve Open Market Committee meeting on May 3rd, there were signs that the most aggressive tightening cycle since the 1980s was near its end. Policymakers voted unanimously to raise the Fed funds rate by 25 basis points to 5% to 5.25%, a 15-year high. Yet the committee was careful to keep its options open about additional rate hikes. Rather than nothing that is anticipated ongoing increases or even some additional policy firming, the post-meeting statement merely laid out the factors of the FOMC would consider in determining how much additional tightening may be appropriate. Monetary policy works with a lag. With 500 basis points of policy rate hikes behind us, the Fed may take the chance to wait and see, at least for another month. We see the most likely outcome for next week's meeting at the FOMC making no change to its
I'm now on a straddle.
Clear that another hike at its July 26th meeting remains a distinct possibility. This would allow a compromise between officials who believe further tightening is necessary and those who believe it is time to be patient and let the medicine of the past year fully take hold. We think this balanced approach will be enough to stave off any dissenting votes, but the uncertain outlook and increasingly fractured views within the FOMC have increased the odds that one or more dissents could occur at one of the upcoming meetings.
I'm on 432P, 443C here. Unlike previous meetings, we are expecting a much larger swing than in previous rate decisions here. Next 3 minutes, we're going to get the press release. You'll hear the news squawker give you their interpretation of it. I'll read you the paper at some point. do not forget, you have more vol afterwards. Once Jerome Powell comes and speaks with you, we will have that live on the show. Good luck to all of you in your positioning. Good luck to Theta Gang trying to capture some of this on the top and bottom side. Did I say straddle? I meant strangle. If I said straddle, I was misspeaking. I apologize for that. You know what I always like to do in here too is I always like to listen to the Fed or read the statement and then see what how it's presented by the news on I watch like breaking market news and Walter Bloomberg and see how it's packaged. Zero hedge. Just hanging out, baby. Here's your rug pull. Moment of truth.
One minute remaining. I'll lead with the US interest rate decision. Ten seconds.
Tagging hourly trigger right now.
No
432 is up
change.
27
Rate
cents.
remains unchanged at 5.25% as expected.
Woo!
Fed says banking system is sound and resilient, and Fed policymakers see higher GDP growth in 2023 and a lower unemployment rate and less progress on core inflation than they saw in March.
Damn, no hike, no hike. Unreal.
Holding rates allows FOMC to assess additional data, and median rate forecasts rise to 5.6% at the end of 2023 and 4.6% at the end of 2024. The Fed holds benchmark rate at 5 to 5.25% target range, and the FOMC vote was unanimous.
FOMC vote unanimous. Unreal right now. Coming down below the hourly trigger. Sellers want to stay underneath HT.
Holdings and economic activity expanded at a modest pace. The Fed says jobs gains are robust and the unemployment remains low.
Come on down there. One little bit more, a little bit more.
Forecasts rise to 5.6% end of 2023 and 4.6% end of 2024.
Unreal. Unanimous. Was not expecting that. I'm closing puts here.
9% core inflation.
If you want to jump back in on the sell side, you want to see more. This is your next target here, and your next target is down here. Still long on call side.
U.S. short-term interest rate futures drop after FOMC decision as traders price in more Fed rate hikes ahead.
Unreal. Unreal right here. Testing the hourly trigger. This has been the sounding boards right here for the bulls. We'll see if they buy this or not if we start to reject down here. Very close to the expected move. Down here to the right, I really want to see like another put trade. I want to see rejection here. try to get down here to add more puts, and then truly I want to get down here and get to the 420s. I am still holding my 420Ps for the 20th. Have not sold those yet. These are just 0 dates. Hello, ladies. You got your pause.
In a higher peak policy rate of 5.35% in September. Yield on
Bloomberg dollar indexes pairs losses as Fed pauses rate hikes.
Last up 0.2 basis points at 3.841%, and the yield on 30-year US Treasury notes down 2.9 basis points, last at 3.912%.
Come on, baby, give me that sell the news. Give me that sell the news, baby. What else we got? Fed will continue same pace of reducing. Well, I'll read some of this to you. Fed economic activity expanded at modest pace. Fed will continue same pace of reducing Treasury and MBS holdings. Fed, what else we got here? Fed will continue, what else we got? Fed voted 11-0 for Fed funds rate action. We heard that earlier. Extent of additional firming to hinge on economy. We try to read this. Let me see if I can read this press release to you here in the background. Still don't have it in front of me right now. Remember, this is trend right here. This is the expected move to the downside. Trading underneath the hourly trigger right now on the SPY. Need to get a nice confirmation to go all the way down.
We have posted the FOMC SEP report for the 14th of June 2023 on the feed for all those interested.
If you can get a rejection on this hourly trigger, hopefully we'll go down and see 421, baby. Change trend to the downside. Fed signals additional rate increases possible later this year. So no 25 BPS, we got 0. And we got language stating that there's rate increases possible later this year. Fed officials see U.S. GDP at 1% in 2023 and 1.1% in 2024. Fed median rate forecasts rise to 5.6% at the end of 2023 and 4.6% end of 2024. So the median rate forecasts are saying still expect rate increases end of year, fall, let's say fall, September, October, November, and then the rate cuts to begin, let me see, sometime in 24. Oh, the end of 2024. So raise rates into 2024, or excuse me, raise rates in the fall and winter 2023. Oh, look at that beautiful little cliff right there, baby. There it is. Valhalla to the downside right down there. Valhalla, baby.
Fed swaps no longer consider 2023 rate cut likely.
Yeah, I've got some, I gotta check those puts too. I got a bunch for the 20th.
Posted the FOMC dot plot on the feed for all the.
I already sold my 0 dates. Yeah, no real movement in them. They ain't doing shit right now. They're getting repriced right here. I'm gonna have to fucking diamond hand those things like a bear.
US dollar trims losses versus the yen after the Fed decision, last down 0.2% at 139.91.
Expected move still not tagged down here to the downside. Don't forget, we still have an expected move to the upside, has not been tagged yet.
US stocks extend fall, Dow Jones down 1%.
Hells yeah. Tag it, baby. This yellow line that you see coming across, this was the trend for the bulls. They've been buying this for the past week, past 5 to 7 sessions. The beautiful thing here, I'm going to show you this. The gorgeous thing here is the daily trigger is way down here. 421 right down there. All kinds of pivots to clean up down to the downside. S3, 432.29, 433.50. Breaking S1 now. Hourly trigger. No support, baby. Get down to that expected move. Tag it. Tag it, tag it, tag it, tag it, tag it. 433.14, 433.18. Oh, yeah, baby.
US crude futures extend losses down more than $1 at $73.33.
Ooh. Yes. And we got more to go. If you look down in the book map down below, there's still places to go down there. That S3 right here is about that 432.38 right now. We're not done going down here. We got a little bit more we can go. A little bit more. Bring it down to 432.38. Keep on going. Keep on going. Come on. The Bears want to hold 436.26 today. 436.26. Bears want to hold that. Oh, fuck yeah. Sell the news, baby. You don't want pause. You don't want pause. Guaranteed the conversation becomes, this pause will be permanent. If that's the case, they're going to want to reset this market. No, my puts for the 420s aren't moving. They're like 23 cents, bouncing around like 20 cents, 21 cents. I ain't getting shit. Well, let me see what the chat's doing. See what you guys are saying here. Oh, should I do the bear music here? I don't know yet. I can't do the bear music yet. Like, so I just got texted, can you put the bear music on? I can't do it yet because of two reasons. I'm going to show you what two reasons are. So right here, you've got an expected move to the upside that has been tagged, and you need to stay under this right here. Got to stay under this. Need to see a fat rejection up here. Get down there. And then we'll start getting our bear. We'll get some bear jams on. Get some major bear jams on. Like this is bear central right here. This fucking thing right here is like bear central. Like this is a bear's best friend right here. I'll show you why here in just a second. You guys want to see why? I'll show you right now why that is. Bear Central. Hold on one second here. Let me see if I can show you guys this. Dude, SC, bottom of its channel right now. Hell yeah. Any of you guys buying the dip on your favorite tickers right now?
We have posted a live feed for FOMC press conference.
I'm bearish here.
Interested.
I'm fucking bearish. Well, kind of bearish. Dude, beautiful things right here. Here, let me show you guys this. I'm fucking bearish, dude. Give me some Beartown music. Give me some fucking Beartown music. So right here, we'll show you guys this right now, okay? So here we go right here. All right. SPY 30-minute chart. One of my favorite tools to use here. I always like to see here two things. I always like to sell all these tops up here. Bam, bam, bam. I always like to buy down here. Bam, bam, bam. This one, didn't like it. But this SPY right here, what I want you to see is that bloodbath right there. You see that? If we can get a confirmation trade underneath it, right? Bloodbath it, come back up and confirm the leg is lower, we will slam down on this daily trigger right here, which is a fucking phenomenal trade. So we're going to look right here, and I'm going to show you what you want to be seing here.
me show you a box here, okay? If you're out there at home, you're looking for, boom, right there. You want to see, this is what you want to see. This isn't what's going to happen, but this is what you want to see. You want to see that trade higher? You want to see Jerome Powell get all nasty with you, right? Maybe he says something nice right there. And we start this process of going right, 1, 2, 3, 4. Somewhere right there. Right in there. That's what you want to see. Something like that right there. Whoop. Somewhere right there.
Brent crude
So if you're at home, you're watching this.
Down more than $1 at $73.23 a barrel.
I got something other special for you too here. About 425, 427 right there. And the big kahuna, right? Right down there. You want to see that one right there. This is the one that'll make me happy. 1, 2, 3 weeks. 2 weeks. Right there. About 412, 410 right there.
Tick Strike allows you.
That's what you want to see.
Order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free
Give daddy
trial
like
at
a nice fat juicy dip to buy here. Right there. Give me that weakness into June and July. Maybe you get a little pump up here. I'll give you a little pump. How about that? It's gonna take longer than I'm charting it right now, but you can have your little fucking pump party over here, and then come back down here in July. There's your little pump party. Then just right down there, sometime in July, hit that number down there for me. There's your little pump party. Slam that down over there. Now, what you're watching for here, and the same thing on a more serious note, you do not want to see price regain the hourly trigger. That's up here at 435, 436. So just as we're watching right here, right? See this 436 right here? You don't want to see this recover. You want to see this stay underneath, confirm the leg lower. You want Jerome to get all nasty in here, get violent and all that kind of stuff. Even if it recovers at the end of the day, this is the key place for you. If you're a sell side, key place for you. On SPY, 436. Hold that number if you're a seller. Hold that number. 1 minute chart, I'll show it to you here. Out fucking standing. And the end of the day today, depending upon how this presser goes, I will review with you what to expect into the coming end of the week and possibly into next week for the S&P 500. You can go out there and tell your friends it's yours. You can claim it as your own. You have to claim it as, you have to tell people I said that. Just say, this is mine. I don't claim ownership to any of this stuff. It's fairly easy to see. You want to stay under 436. Key. Rejection. 1-2 rejection. Be careful. Warning to you. Be careful. On these Fed rate decisions, they tend to come back and clean up a bunch of the stock or the options market, right? They drain all the calls. They drain all the puts. Thank you very much. You're bearish. And then you don't get your move until 2 or 3 days later. So be careful of that as you take this trade. What's the upside target? The options market's target is 441.03 to the upside. The other side of the expected move, right up here. I don't think we get that today, though. You'd have to get Jerome Powell to be pretty fucking dovish. And I don't think you're getting that from him. Not with a pause, man. There's no way he's going to threaten you. I think he's going to threaten you. Or me. He's going to threaten you, me, all of us. He's going to tell us we're bad, which is awesome. You want to see this market cool off at minimum. If you're a bull out there, you want to see a cooling off period, man. You want to get a dip to buy. You don't be buying 441. You don't be buying 438. Take the money and run. Come back on a dip and buy it again. That is your message from the FOMC, from Jerome Powell. Yeah, if you're a bear here for the leg down to 420, if you're a bear to 420, you are looking for some confirmation, man. Like, the initial leg down's not enough. Any of this 1 minute, 5 minute shit is not really enough. Or at least for me, I want to see that like big fuck you, we're out of here, we're going down. I am in puts right now for the 20th for 420. I'm not selling those. I'm keeping those. I've got some dead calls here. Let me look at those. I've got some dead calls down here. I've got 443 Cs. They're worth 4 cents right now. Maybe they'll give me some of that money back and close those out. Maybe they have Jerome for a minute. We get up here, get some kind of like squeeze trade up here, and then I'll close those out. And I might even add some more puts up here for the next coming week. Congratulations to Southside. Dude, I was trying to tell Bills last night. I'm like, you want 25 BPS guaranteed? They gave you a pause and they rug pulled your ass. I guarantee you, I'm going to guarantee something here. Like if I was like collapse bear, if I was a collapse bear, I'd be on FinTwit and be like, that's it. Next stop QE. Because if you say that, right, and we're actually on a pause permanently, you're going to get a reset of the market. You'll get an actual really, really bad sell-off. It'll be nasty. It'll be terrible. Bull's best friend, no pause. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, man. If they do a pause, man, if I was like a collapse bear, I'd be all over that shit. I'd be like trying to create doom all over FinTwit. I'd be like, that's it, we got the pause. That means that QE is down the road. We got to reset the market. That's what I would be fucking saying. That would be my whole plan. And then you'd like talk to the collapse bear behind closed doors and you'd be like, are we actually going to zero? And he'd be like, no, I just want to get 420 first, please. No, I'm not on SDAO right now. I'm not trading SDAO. I like SDAO in a volatile market. When we're in volatility, I love that trade. I don't like it when we're not in a volatile market. We're not in a volatile market still. Believe it or not, we're not. Even with this today, we're not in a volatile market. It's a normal market. Nothing's changed here. Literally nothing's changed. In my greed, I want us to get down to, if I had, like, my greed right now, like, I'll be honest with you, my position is, I'm greedy. I want to expend some money in this. You guys want to know what my sentiment is?
8:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we get the FOMC press conference with Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
I'll tell you what I want. I'm begging to get down to like 420, 410. Either of those numbers, you catch me in here, I'll be buying the fuck out of that. Like 410, 420, just give me a chance, and I'm on it. So I don't personally think we're in that crash mode just yet. I know that that'll be sold to you that we're in that crash market, which I like. I'm a dip buyer, so the more horrible you make it sound, the better it is for me, because I don't think that we're actually done raising rates. I think you're gonna be in a normal, and I not think, but you're generally speaking historically, you're gonna stay in this market right now. One other thing I will say to you though, if you are long stock and that does happen to you, if we do pause and they try to reset the market, you can hedge it easily. You can hedge it with a ratio spread, and I would not capitulate. And I would be stacked up on SPY and Qs, because typically we bounce right back from that trade. If we have that last capitulation move down, it's usually fast. Like a month and a half later, we're right back where we are. Usually super fast, like bam, month and a half done, you sold, you got scared, you had the news on and shit. And it's like right back to where you were. So if that trade does take place, be cautious of that trade. You can hedge it cheaply. It'll actually pay you if the market continues to go higher. If you're long the market underlying, right, that kind of stuff, you hedge it. If the market continues higher, you make a little bit of money back. If the market actually does capitulate and that move down because of the pause, you'll make a bunch of money. And then about a month and a half later, your equity will come right back to where it was. No hurt on you. You're actually making money.
Papa gonna save the market. We got 8 minutes left until Fed Chair Powell has his presser. We'll cue that up for you right now. I'm going to expect Fed Chair Powell for pausing to be very hawkish here, extremely hawkish. Let me know in the chat if you think so. If you think he'll be hawkish, from my view, if he's gonna pause here, you're gonna get a lashing from him. Oh, here we go. Here's the presser. All right, so I have it on in the background right now. Hell yeah, sell the news. All right, so I've got the Fed presser in the news here. Got some dip buyers showing up down here. Yeah, so let's take some key takeaways. I'll try to read this statement here as soon as maybe it's here now. Let me see. Oh, it's here. You got the dot plot there. Fed swaps no longer consider 2023 rate cut likely. I agree with that statement. No rate cuts this year. Let me see if I can find anything else here. Looking at the dot plot right now. I mean, so my thing here is like, my thing here is like pause, raise rates slowly over time, try to get above the rate of inflation, just slow down that rate, those rate hikes, like take it easy, see how they impact the stonk market. And I am excited. Finally selling. Please keep selling. And I expect you to see Fed Chair Jerome, man. He's going to be hawkish to you. 100%. Yeah, dude, stuff like that. Like I assure you that's what's going to be the message. I think that's going to be the message. Maybe you'll have some bulls out there saying that's a good thing. I think they're wrong. Fed pauses are never good for bulls. Never, ever good for bulls. Never, ever good for bulls.
At 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we get the FOMC press conference with Fed's Powell.
Hold on, I'll join you here. Hold on a second here. I'm with you on that trade. I'm with you on hawkish J-Pow. So we've got Jerome Powell here in the next 5 minutes. Hopefully we can get a nice hawkish J-Pow. Send this market lower, talk the market down, cool it off a little bit. You think so? You think J-Powell can be positive? No, I don't think so. I think that if Jerome Powell is going to pause rates for, he's going to try to talk this market down. He has to. He doesn't have a choice here. I think he talks it down, baby. And then I think he tells you that you're going to get rate hikes in a few months. Maybe, I guess. Place your bets. Oh, dude, those 427s, dude, they printed, oh, not 427s, the 432s printed fat. They were 15 cents, dude. They were 15 cents. They were 15 pennies earlier. They were dirt cheap. Dirt cheap. If you were trying to catch another down move, watch this white line right here. You want to catch another down move to the downside right here. There's your buy right there. You looking for a Fed chair that's angry? Hold on a second here. Something like that you're looking for. That's what you're looking for. Probably something like that. Right in there. Let's see how we trade this. See if this happens. Actually, even make it even better for you. I'll do you one better. Hold on here. Let's see if this works. Right down there, S3. See if we can take that trade. What time is that right there? 14:52. This might take some time. Oh, right over there. Something like that right there. That would be the conservative put buyer right there. Conservative put buyer buys puts here, adds to his position right here, and looks for that big bam down there. Conservative put buyer. But I do not recommend that trade. That's just the safest. That's just safest bear trade out there right now. Safest bear trade. Your 430s spiked to 170 down to 140. Ping pong down. Yeah, I've got puts on right now for the 20th for 420. I don't know if we'll hit it though. If it takes too long to get there, we need to hit it faster. We need an aggressive J-Pow here. One more minute until Jerome comes on. I'm going to speed this up for you right now and just let him speak, okay? Here we go. I do want you to know, if you're a seller out there, if you don't already know this, your stops are up here. Your stops are right here.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. We understand the hardship that high inflation is causing, and we remain strongly committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal. Price stability is the responsibility of the Federal Reserve. Without price stability, the economy doesn't work for anyone. In particular, without price stability, we will not achieve a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. Since early last year, the FOMC has significantly tightened the stance of monetary policy. We have raised our policy interest rate by 5 percentage points, and we've continued to reduce our securities holdings at a brisk pace.
Purple tie, baby, I agree.
And the full effects of our tightening have yet to be felt. In light of how far we've come in tightening policy, the uncertain lags with which monetary policy affects the economy, and potential headwinds from credit tightening, today we decided to leave our policy interest rate base. We've covered a lot of ground, and the full effects of our tightening have yet to be felt. In how far we've come in tightening policy, the uncertain lags with which monetary policy affects the economy, and potential headwinds from credit tightening, today we decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged and to continue to reduce our securities holdings. Looking ahead, nearly all committee participants view it as likely that some further rate increases will be appropriate this year to bring inflation down to 2% over time. And I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. The U.S. economy slowed significantly last year, and recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a modest pace. Although growth in consumer spending has picked up this year, activity in the housing sector remains weak, largely reflecting higher mortgage rates. Higher interest rates and slower output growth also appear to be weighing on business fixed investment. Committee participants generally expect subdued growth to continue. In our summary of economic projections, the median projection has real GDP growth at 1.0% this year and 1.1% next year, well below the median estimate of the longer-run normal growth rate. The labor market remains very tight. Over the past 3 months, payroll job gains averaged a robust 283,000 jobs per month. The unemployment rate moved up but remained low at 3.7%. There are some signs that supply and demand in the labor market are coming into better balance. The labor force participation rate has moved up in recent months, particularly for individuals aged 25 to 54 years. Nominal wage growth has shown signs of easing, and job vacancies have declined so far this year. While the jobs to workers gap has declined, labor demand still substantially exceeds the supply of available workers. FOMC participants expect supply and demand conditions in the labor market to come into better balance over time, easing upward pressures on inflation. The median unemployment rate projection in the SEP rises to 4.1% at the end of this year and 4.5% at the end of next year. Inflation remains well above our longer-run 2% goal. Over the 12 months ending in April, total PCE prices rose 4.4%, excluding the volatile food and energy categories. Core PCE prices rose 4.7%. In May, the 12-month change in the Consumer Price Index came in at 4%, and the change in the core CPI was 5.3%.
Trying to push it down right now. You can see these sellers trying to step in to get a new low. They need one here.
Inflation pressures continue to run high, and the process of getting inflation back down to 2% has a long way to go. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 3.2% this year, 2.5% next year, and 2.1% in 2025. Core PCE inflation, which excludes volatile food and energy prices, is projected to run higher than total inflation, and the median projection has been...
If sellers can't get a new low right now, we're going to squeeze higher, so be careful here.
Despite elevated inflation, longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are highly attentive to the risks that high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we are strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective. As I noted earlier, since early last year, we have raised our policy rate. We have been seeing the effects of policy tightening on demand in the most interest rate sensitive sectors of the economy, especially housing and investment. It will take time, however, for the full effects of monetary restraint to be realized, especially on inflation. The economy is facing headwinds from tighter credit conditions for households and businesses, which are likely to weigh on economic activity, hiring, and inflation. The extent of these effects remains uncertain. In light of how far we've come in tightening policy, the uncertain lags with which monetary policy affects the economy, and potential headwinds.
Kind of sucks when I write it out for you and you don't believe me, do you?
Funds rate at 5 to 5.
I actually draw it out for you.
Significantly reducing our securities holdings.
What do you think of that when I draw it out for you? I've done this before for people.
Expect that it will be appropriate to raise interest rates somewhat further by the end of the year. But at this meeting, considering how far and how fast we've moved, we judged it prudent
Oh, shit.
to allow the committee to assess additional information and its implications for monetary policy. In determining the extent of additional policy firming that may be appropriate to return inflation to 2% over time, the committee will take into account the cumulative tightening of monetary policy, the lags with which monetary policy affects economic activity and inflation, and economic and financial developments. In our SEP, participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward.
Warning to you, the 5-minute trigger is crossing the hourly trigger right now. Pay attention to this hourly trigger right here.
Appropriate level of the federal funds rate.
Pay attention to that target right there, okay?
This year. 4.6% at the end of 2024 and 3.4% at the end of 2025. For the end of this year, the median projection is a half percentage point higher than in our March projections. I hasten to add, as always, that these projections are not a committee decision or plan. If the economy does not evolve as projected, half the policy will adjust as appropriate to foster our...
Kind of crazy when you kind of know where it's going, isn't it?
We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting based on the totality of incoming data and their implications for the outlook for economic activity and inflation, as well as the balance of risks. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Reducing inflation is likely to require a period of below-trend growth and some softening of labor market conditions. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the longer run. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do at the Fed is in service to our public mission. We will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals.
I'm going to give you a warning here. I'm going to interrupt what he's saying right now. Be very careful on the upside here. This red line right here, okay?
Colby Smith with the Financial Times.
What they're going to try to do right now is they're going to try to sell it down on you. I want you to know that, so I'm going to warn you guys of something here. So right now, this is a 2-trigger cluster right here, okay? There's a green bar here. You can't see it. So you're coming up here right now, right? They're going to try to sell it down on you. They're going to push it up, and then they're going to come right back down here. Now, if price gets above this cluster here, and this white line captures it,
So I guess I would...
if this holds here, watch out to the upside, okay? Because this will be a major move to the upside right here. We'll pay attention to that.
We said there were 3
We're going
issues.
to keep our eyes on that as it develops.
And that of the...
You want to see a big rejection here.
to which rates would need to go, and then the period of time over which we'd need to keep policy restrictive. So at the...
This can get really fast to the upside, so sellers need to hold this right here, okay? If sellers can't hold this, so see right here? Sellers must hold this. We're going to come up here and smash into it,
50 basis point hike, and then
right? And they're going to grind this. If buyers get above here, you have to close. This will be explosive to the upside. 1, 2, 3 trigger cluster. I think it reverses and goes to the downside personally, but you have to pay attention to this right here. If you get the signal, if you're looking for the next short, how do you enter the next short? You're looking for...
on now is determining the extent of additional policy firming that may be appropriate to return inflation to 2% over time. So the pace of the increases and the ultimate level of increases are separate variables. Given how far
You want to see this rejection right here. If you don't get that rejection, they're going to squeeze out every seller here, I promise you.
One more thing, and that is that the committee decision made today was only about this meeting. We did
Last chance for sellers to stay in charge. If they don't, right, if we squeeze higher here,
decide or really discuss anything about
we start squeezing higher here,
an approach or
they'll come back down and check this, and this will be a signal to go long right there. Because it'll go fucking bananas. It'll go right up to 441.
Sense of the initial support at this stage for that move.
Sellers need to like pound down here, pound down and pound down.
in the meeting from time to time, but really the focus was on what to do today. I would say about July, two things. One, decision hasn't been made. Two, I do expect that it will be a live meeting.
It's a free trade for you. You're welcome.
Thanks, Howard Schneider with Reuters. I was just wondering if you could help us understand the narrative here, because it feels like there's been a level shift in the dots, stronger GDP, less of a hit to unemployment, slower progress on inflation, and I'm wondering, in this sort of, where's the disinflation coming from?
Sure.
The labor market's going to be stronger, it looks like. It's not coming from there. Demand's not coming down all that fast, according to GDP. You've doubled your estimate of GDP. So what's the narrative here? It seems.
Yeah, no. When I draw these things out for you guys, they're normally right. Not always, but like 90% of the time. If I like draw them in advance, I'll take this as a win right here. So here's a key point for you. So where we are right now, right? On the up trade, you would take profit here. So you take profit here. You do nothing right here. You do nothing in here. You do zero. No trade for you. If you get the confirmation of the downside, you take this trade right here. If we blast up, you don't take that trade. You take this part of the trade right here. You get what I'm saying? So like you close this trade here. You guys want a learning experiment? Or you guys want a learning lesson? This is your long trade. You get out of it. You don't do anything here. You wait for the decision of direction. So here to here, you're going to get either an explosive move up, or you're going to get a rejection candle.
And I think you go back to the
downside, right?
PCE inflation, which is,
and boom, you go down. Does that make sense? Here, we'll do the green one here.
You start with
I can show you both of the
continued healing.
Bam, right there. You would start along here, start your next short right there. You do nothing in here. You got no business in here.
That's one thing, and that should enable goods prices to continue, goods inflation to continue to come down over time. In terms of housing services inflation, that's another big piece, and you are seeing there that new rents, new leases are coming in at low levels, and it's really a matter of time as that goes through the pipeline. In fact, I think any forecast that people are making right now about inflation coming down this year will contain a big dose of this year, and next year will contain a good amount of disinflation from that source, and that's, again, probably going to come slower than we would expect. That leaves, the big sector, which is a little more than half, pardon me, of core PCE inflation. That's non-housing services, and
if you're a bull and you're looking for a trade here, you are waiting for confirmation here.
Very broad and diverse sector.
1, 2, 3, 4. You take the trade right there.
It's the service sector, so it's heavily labor intensive, and I think
this right here is where you get trapped. That's the bull trap right there.
Loosening in labor market conditions.
That's the bull trap right there, the bull trap right there.
I go through a number
you
of
have to see
there's been some loosening in labor market
confirmation that you're going higher.
I would almost say that the conditions that we need to see in place to get inflation down are coming into place, and that would be growth meaningfully below trend. It would be a labor market that's loosening. It would be goods pipelines getting healthier and healthier, and that kind of thing. They're
Trust me, run that trade like 20 times. It works every time.
Actually, working on inflation is going to take some time.
Nick.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell.
Oh, Nick Timmeros, Bull's best friend.
Future hikes versus just hiking now. I mean, not to be flippant, but I don't lose weight just by buying a gym membership. I have to actually go to the gym. 16 of your colleagues put down a higher year-end 23 rate today. A majority of you think you're going to have to go up by 50 basis points this year. So why not just rip off the Band-Aid and raise rates today?
Nikki Leaks.
First, I would say that the question of speed is a separate question from the question from that of level. Okay, so. And I think if you look at the SEP,
he said, "Bro."
individual, it's really accumulation of our individual estimates of how far to go. I mentioned how we got to those numbers. In terms of speed, it's what I said at the beginning, which is speed was very important last year. As we get closer and closer to the destination, and according to the SEP, we're not so far away from the destination in most people's accounting, it's reasonable, it's common sense to go a little slower, just as it was reasonable to go from 75 basis points to 50 to 25 at every meeting. And so the committee thought overall that...
You better do it, sellers. If you lose control of this, we're going to rip some faces off.
And there are benefits to that. So that gives us more information to make decisions. We may try to make better...
I'm going to get ready to buy some calls here.
Economy, a little more time to adapt as we make our decisions going forward. And we'll get to see... you know, we don't know the full extent of the consequences of the banking turmoil that we've seen. It would be early to see those, but we don't know what the extent is. We'll have some more time to see that unfold. I mean, it's just the idea that we're trying to get this right. And this is, if you think of the two things as separate variables, then I think that the skip, I shouldn't call it a skip, the decision makes sense.
I know you said July is live with only one June employment, with only the June...
Sellers losing control here.
Due to be released before the July meeting. You get the ECI after, you get the senior loan officer survey after, you get some bank earnings at the end of next month.
Buyers win this, they're going to trade above.
Using to inform their judgment on...
You're going to squeeze them out.
This is in fact a skip or...
Check them here and start coming back up here to the expected move.
The data that we've seen since the last meeting too. Since we chose to maintain rates at this meeting, it'll really be a 3-month period of data that we can look at. And I think that's a full quarter, and I think you can draw more conclusions from that than you can from any 6-week period. We'll look at those things. We'll also look at the evolving risk picture. We'll look at what's happening in the financial sector. We'll look at all the data, the evolving outlook, and we'll make a decision.
Gina. Thanks for taking our questions. Gina Smilek, New York Times. You obviously, in your forecast, marked up the sort of path for growth, marked down the path for unemployment, and marked up the path for inflation pretty notably. I wonder, since March, what has changed to make you think that the economy is a lot more resilient and inflation is going to be a lot more stubborn? And given that, why do you feel confident that this is as high as you're going to have to revise the federal funds rate, or do you think it's possible we could have even a higher than 5.6% terminal by the end of this cycle?
I mean, on the first part, I just think we're following the data and also the outlook. The economy the labor market, I think, has surprised.
He's not angry right now. I like seeing that.
Over the last couple of years with its extraordinary resilience, really. It's just remarkable, and that's really, if you think about it, that's what's driving. It's job creation, it's wages moving up, it's supporting spending, which in turn is supporting...
Sellers losing control right now.
That is driving the economy.
Weak sellers, shocked at this.
In terms of...
sellers cannot get it done.
What we think
all the way back above
terminal rate will be at the end of this
the
year.
hourly trigger. Just a warning to you if you're a bear here. You have a 3-trigger cluster on the hourly here. You have the 1-minute and the 5-minute turning against you.
It can
be very careful here for an explosive move to the upside.
There's really no way to know, but it's what people think as of today, and as the data come in, it can move around during the intermeeting period. It could wind up back in the same place, but it really will be data driven. I can't tell you that I ever have a lot of confidence that we can see where the federal funds rate will be that far in advance.
Mr. Chairman, thanks for taking my question. You had
long 438 Cs.
We're getting closer to being into balance. Is that still the case, or has your mind changed about the balance of risks out there? And also, could you give us an idea of what would be a sufficiently restrictive funds rate? Obviously the current rate, according to the committee, is not sufficiently restrictive. Is it 5.6? Is it 6? Where is it sufficiently restrictive? Thank you.
I would say again that I think that over time, the balance of risks, as we've moved from from interest rates at effectively 0 now to 5 percentage points with an SEP calling for additional hikes, I think we've moved much closer to our destination, which is that sufficiently restrictive rate. And I think that means, almost by definition, that the risks of sort of overdoing it and underdoing it are getting closer to being in balance. I still think, and my colleagues agree, that the risks to inflation are to the upside still. So we don't think we're there with inflation yet, because we're just looking at the data. And if you look at the full range of inflation data, particularly the core data, you just aren't seeing a lot of progress over the last year. Headline, of course, inflation has come down materially, but as you know, we look at core as a better indicator of where inflation overall is going.
Yeah, they need to get above the rate of inflation, man, in my view. They have to get above the rate of inflation. It's going to be insane.
And then beginning to come down. That's what we want to see. Of course, that's what we want to see. And I think it's also, we understand that there are lags, but remember that it's more than a year since financial conditions began tightening. I think the reason...
Just tell them you have to get above the rate of inflation. That's all you have to tell them, man.
Tightening took place over last summer and later into the year, and I think it's reasonable to think that some of that may come into effect. So we're, I think stretching out into a more moderate pace is appropriate to allow you to make that judgment of sufficiency, with more data over time.
Rachel. Hi, Chair Powell. Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. Thanks for taking our questions. I wanted to ask further on the lag effects. When you're considering when you would hike again throughout the course of the year, are there things that you would expect to kick in as those lag effects come into effect that would inform your decisions? Have you learned things over the past year that give you some sense of timeline for when to expect those lags to come into effect?
Yeah. So it's a challenging thing in economics. It's sort of standard thinking that monetary policy affects economic activity with long and variable lags. Of course, these days, financial conditions begin to tighten well in advance of actual rate hikes. So if you look back when we were lifting off, we started talking about lifting off. By the time we had lifted off, the 2-year, which is a pretty good estimate of where policy is going, had gone from 20 basis points to 200 basis points. So in that sense, tightening happens much sooner than it used to in a world where news was in newspapers and not on the wire. So that's different, but it's still the case that what you see is interest-sensitive spending is affected very, very quickly. So housing and durable goods and things like that. But broader demand and spending and asset values and things like that, they just take longer. And you can pretty much find research to support whatever answer you would like on that. So there's not any certainty or agreement in the profession on how long it takes. So, and that makes it challenging, of course. So
he's still on soft landing. He's still on right now, like pause and slowly raise rates over time to catch up with the rate of inflation, it seems, here and what he's being told.
More moderate pace now, as we.
This is actually kind of bullish. This is good.
Ultimate.
I'm impressed.
Ultimate endpoint.
It's not really a pause. He's trying to talk down that we're paused for good right now. He's trying to tell you that he's going to pause for the summer and then he's going to look at it in the future, data dependent, whatever you want to call it. He's trying to talk down, saying that we're not going to pause, then institute QE once we break some shit, that he wants to see what everything is. I'm with Jay Powell on this. Keep raising rates, baby.
For March and how you're teasing that out apart from these lag effects.
So it's too early still to
he did
assess the full extent of what that might mean, and that's something we're going to be watching, of course. And if we were to see what we would view as significant tightening beyond what would normally be expected because of this channel, then we would factor that into account in making rate decisions. So that's.
I gotta say, man, if you're a bull, you're lucky right now.
Thanks.
Even with the pause, he's doing some good language here for bulls that were actually not paused.
Housing has come in pretty low in the past couple of months, and as you noted, a significant portion of core inflation is now housing prices. And
he's doing a good job. I gotta give it to him right now, man. I gotta give it to him. He was able to institute a pause. He's hawkish in his language that he's going to continue to raise rates in the future. Dude, he's a baller, man. He's a fucking baller. I love Jerome.
Give it even more time, or it's surprising to see so much hawkishness in the dots, given what we're seeing recently.
Yeah, so we've we're 2.5 years into this, or 2.25 years into this, and forecasters, including Fed forecasters, have consistently...
He's trying to pass off a pause right now and telling you that you're going to keep getting rates. If he told you permanent pause, they would rug pull your ass so hard, you'd be fucked.
So I think if you look at the...
You'd be in so much trouble. It wouldn't even be funny.
Look at it over the last 6 months.
It'd be like straight bars to hell. Hello, 350, my old friend.
Our target, and not really, moving down. We want to see it moving down decisively. That's all. We're, of course, we are going to get inflation down to 2% over time. We don't want to do. We want to do that with the minimum damage we can to the economy, of course. But we have to get inflation down to 2%, and we will. And we just don't see that yet. So, hence you see today's policy decision, both to write down for the rate.
Just a warning too, if you're in sell side, we have a 1 minute, 5 minute, and 1 hour trigger.
Somewhat.
Price is above all three. In this consolidation, you're likely going to see a rip up. If you see a break below 436.04, you might still be alive. So 436.04, sellers need to get under there right now to stay alive.
About the labor market today and the need for softening. Can you give us a little more specifically of how you see the tight labor market driving inflation?
Sellers are here, man. They're trying their best right now. Very volatile we are right now.
On any particular paper, but I would say that I think the overall picture is that at the beginning, in early 2021, inflation was really coming from very strong demand largely for goods. People were still at home. They had money in the bank and they wanted to spend. They spent a lot on goods, and of course at the same time, and because of that high demand to some extent, supply chains got all snarled up. So prices went way up, inflation went way up. So that was the origin, and it wasn't really particularly about the labor market or wages. But as you moved through 21 into 22 and now in 23, I think many analysts believe that it will be important, an important part of getting inflation down, especially in the non-housing services sector, to getting wage inflation back to a level that is sustainable, that is consistent with 2% inflation. We actually have seen wages broadly move down, but just at a quite gradual pace. So, and that's, that's...
No, that's not true. That's a lie right there. He just lied to you.
The Bernanke,
wages are through the roof right now. I assure you, they are through the roof.
With what I would think.
Let's go to Michael McKee.
Michael McKee from
maybe I'm wrong on that. There's probably some of that. There's probably some of that in corporate America. Most of my friends that are hiring people for high-profile jobs, the wages have gone through the roof.
That it would take a while to bring inflation down. You reiterated that again today, and that we would get to a point where inflation could be sticky. So I'm wondering, as we go into the next meetings, how Wall Street or others should look at your reaction function. What will you be reacting to, time or data? In other words, if nothing much changes, if we're looking at the same sort of labor market, the same sort of inflation levels in July or in September or November, will you move because you've said you feel you need to? Is it time that's going to require additional movement, or would it be a reversal in inflation?
So I don't want to deal with hypotheticals about different ways.
Just say time.
So we of course we don't go out of our way to surprise markets or the public. At the same time, our main focus has to be on getting the policy right, and that's what we're doing here, and that's what we'll do for the upcoming meetings. I will say the July meeting will be live, and we'll just have to see. I think you'll see the data, you'll hear Fed people talking about it, and markets will have to make a judgment.
Well, do you think inflation is likely to continue coming down based on the lags and based on your threat of additional movement, or are we going to be in a period where we're not going to know what's happening?
I think if you look at, if you just look at, I'll just point you to the forecast. So inflation is running, core PCE inflation is running at about 4.5%, a little higher than 4.5%, and the median FOMC participant will go down to 3.9 on a 12-month basis. This is by the end of this year. So that's expecting pretty substantial progress. That's a pretty significant decline for half a year. So that's the four.
Now, I want to make a comment here. It's kind of fascinating if you think about it, right? If we can get inflation down between now and 2024, that would make a market roll.
And that's the
where, like, beginning of 24, end of 24, something like that.
Let's go to Victoria.
Victoria Guido with Politico. Could you talk about the balance sheet and how you're thinking about it? What are you?
Yeah, I got some 0-to-8 calls here. I'm looking to see if we can get a print on these.
Reserve scarcity and is Treasury issuance going to affect that?
Let's probably put a snap a line up here.
Considering lowering the RRP rate in order to take some pressure off banks.
So let me say, first of all, on the Treasury part
You got scene of the crime right here.
Go back to the balance sheet. So on that, of course, we've been very focused on that for a couple of months, as everyone has. Treasury has laid out its borrowing plans publicly. I think I saw the Secretary's comments yesterday to the effect that Treasury has...
Careful of this right here. Return to the scene of the crime, roll back over.
Market disruption, and that they're going to watch carefully for that. So that's from the Treasury, which actually sets the borrowings. At the Fed, we'll be monitoring market conditions carefully as the Treasury refills the TGA.
I don't even know if you get up that high.
It's very likely to involve both a reduction in the RRP facility and also in reserves. It's really hard to say at the beginning of this which will be greater. We are starting at a very high level of reserves and still elevated RRP to take up, for that matter. So we don't think reserves are likely to become scarce in the near term or even over the course of the year. So that's that.
Careful of this cross right here. I want you to see this. You've got this major cross coming up.
To monitor conditions in money markets, and we're prepared to make adjustments to make sure that monetary policy transmission works. Was there another part of your question?
Yeah. What are you considering lowering the RRP rate to help take some pressure off banks?
So we have a number of. I would say the RRP doesn't look like it's pulling money out of the banking system. It's actually been shrinking here lately. So I don't think that's not something we've thought about a lot over time. It doesn't really look like that's something that we would do. I think it's a tool that we have. If we want to use it, we can. There are other tools we can use to address money market issues, but I wouldn't say that that's something.
Close your shorts.
In the near term.
Janelle Marte with Bloomberg. Have you seen sufficient cooling in the housing market to bring inflation down? For example, how does the recent rebound affect your forecast? And
do you need, like, if you're a seller right now, you need like a hedge fund to come in and just hammer down like $2 billion in SPY, S&P,
And it's the first place.
fucking ES, whatever you want to do, sell it all. Sell some ES, sell some SPX, sell some fucking SPY, sell it all.
Saw that over the course of the last year. We now see housing putting in a bottom and maybe even moving up a little bit. We're watching that situation carefully. I do think we will see rents and house prices filtering into housing services inflation, and I don't.
No joy for sellers right now. No joy.
Kind of wandering around at a relatively low level now, and that's appropriate.
do you think you'll have to target that with further rate increases?
Well, I think we look at everything. We don't just look at housing. So I think, the way it works is individual participants sit in their offices all over the country and they write down their forecast, and including their most likely forecast, including their rate forecast, and then they send it in on Friday afternoon, and we accumulate it, and then we publish it for you. So that's how they do that. Well, I don't know that housing is
squeezing higher now, trading 437.31, coming up to tag the scene of the crime here at 437.34. You should get a quick rejection here, but then you're going to get a bounce. So you'll see this target right here. It's going to come up here and start pushing price higher. We've got some more targets above. We have 437.85. We have 438.34. We have the previous high going into the bell over here at 438.89. That's R2. You're getting a 3-trigger bull cluster.
With the higher level spending.
I don't do that. That's
1, 2, 3 here.
We hope and expect that other policymakers will respect our independence on monetary policy, and we don't see ourselves as the judges of appropriate fiscal policy. I will say, and many of my predecessors have said, that we're on an unsustainable fiscal path, and that needs to be addressed.
Trading 55 cents right now. 56 cents. 57 cents. 59.60. I'm out.
And our need to stick to our knitting.
Is there any conversation?
I got 61 or 62. I'm not sure.
Some of that debt that we're seeing coming down the pike.
No, under no circumstances.
Courtney.
Thanks for taking our questions, Chair Powell. So looking at the SEP, it looks like GDP for this year was raised.
NQ, you're right. NQ just came right back to the top to retest the high at 15,000. HYG coming back to close the gap.
About the prospects of a
VIX being murdered right now. Vol crush going on in the market. No unknown news. Not major. He was hawkish as he needed to be. The pause, 97% of people today and yesterday said we would get a pause. We got a pause. They're telling you that we're also not going to continue, or we're going to continue to raise rates. We're going to look at the July meeting to see if we're going to add any more to the pile. Bulls saved again on the hourly trigger, squeezing higher. 438 C's now trading 75 cents. If you took that trade, congratulations, you made some money.
Simply this. We see.
You made some money. 2 legs of a trade. You got 1 leg right here. Bammo. You have a second leg in here. Bammo.
Whatever it takes to get it.
This one, sellers, man, losing control over here. Could not keep it, right? Bam, bam, bam. Try to sell it. Sellers lose. Rip faces off to the upside. Congratulations to 0-8 buyers after the trade here and here. If you bought puts, the 432s, congratulations over here. We're going to take a look right now at what to expect into tomorrow. Party time over, baby. Hopefully the rest of the week is quiet here.
I'm just a little confused because you said the committee.
So let's take a look. First of all, thank you for showing up today for the Fed rate decision.
Inflation is still projected to be elevated next year, but the Fed funds rate is lower than where it is now. Can you help me understand that?
Sure. So, if you look 2 and 3 years out with the forecast, first of all, I wouldn't put too much weight on forecast.
I don't know if you're getting up there. I don't know if you're getting that actual. I'm not sure you're getting that actual expected move up there. I'm kind of doubting that one. Like, see this one right here? I don't think you get this. Maybe you get it.
So just to maintain a real.
I see a lot of traffic in here on Bookmap over here. You see that stuff down there?
Come down just to maintain real rates, and actually, since we're probably going to we're having real rates that are going to have to be meaningfully positive, and significantly so for us to get inflation down. That probably means that certainly means that it will be appropriate to cut rates at such time as inflation is coming down really significant.
Do you want you to be aware here? Keep an eye right here, right? Your sellers have come down, okay? They're down here. They were higher earlier. You've also got a level down here.
Inflation has not really moved down. It has
435.
So far reacted much to our existing rate hikes, and so we're going to have to keep at it.
Julie. The mic is coming.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Hi, Chapel. Julie Chabanas, AFP News Agency. The May job report showed a rebound in May in black workers' unemployment. Is it consistent with the Fed's maximum employment mandate? Are you worried about that, about this rebound?
I'm going to mute this conversation right now. You guys can turn that on at home. I got to talk to you guys about something. It's 3:11 p.m. right now. You guys, I know, want to know what to think about rest of the week here. So we're going to talk about that right now. We tagged the lower expected move. We have an expected move up here. I don't know that you get that. You might get that into the bell here today. We're going to talk about the rest of the week here, okay? Rest of the week. There is your hourly. Oh, wait a minute. Let's get rid of that. Fuck that guy out of there for a minute. Known support is actually right here. I'm paying too much attention down here. Let me mute this for a minute here. Just so you can see this, right? Buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. This green box was down here earlier. It was down here earlier. It was down here earlier. It was down here earlier. This green box is much alive right now, okay? And they came in, they bought this fucking dip again. Not to swear, man, but they did. They came right in, swoop, and bought it on you. Bears can't have that happen. Sell side can't have that happen. Sell side must get underneath this green bar. I'm telling you, this green bar comes up with us every single day. It's like down here, then it's down there, then it's down there. And right now, they're just buying it. Like nobody's business. Buying it, buying it, buying it, buying it, buying it. That was your dip buy. That was your dip buy right here. So, for the next 3 days, we got Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Do not forget. Do not forget that we have Monday is a long holiday, okay? Monday, long holiday. We know that there's sellers above. We've got sellers up here, right? Here's your sellers. Right here. They're actually lower. They're right here. Thursday, Friday, right here. You have some targets to the upside into Friday. Pay attention to these right here. Here's the key, though. I got to tell you guys something. So just right in here right now, right? You're buying these dips, buying these dips, buying these dips, buying these dips, trying to sell. Whoa. Hold on here. Trying to sell into all of this supply up on high at 441 and 443 right here. If you're sell side, you must get underneath and hold. Like you need to get under here and reject like 1, down, 2, and then you'll start to make your way down. Until that happens, the move is up into supply up high. Move is up into supply up and high. You're also going to want to get another check for the bulls. We have the bounce for bulls. They're going to want to get another check for the bulls, and that would confirm the move is higher. So we'll get, this is the same for the bears on the downside, right? So I'll show you this for the bears. For the sellers, right? You break below, 1, 2, we start moving down. So now it is on for the bulls to prove that demand is still here. So we will check that into this close, right? So come down here. If you're a bull, you're going to be looking to buy this dip down here with a stop underneath it. You buy this dip, you put a stop under here. If it breaks, you take the loss, you take the L, and you switch to sell side. Sell side will get under, bam, bam. You jump in right there. Get what I'm saying? It's pretty simple. Bam, bam, bam to the upside. So buyers are looking for some kind of a confirmation that the move is higher down on the hourly trigger. I will warn you, if you're a buyer, that this green bar right here, from what I have, is not as strong as you think it is. This could be just another chance for sellers to hit it once, hit it twice, try to get underneath this and get down there. So just be warned that this green bar, man, is not strong, okay? Daily trigger. Way down here. If you can get underneath this thing, this big green bar, target down below 422 right now. We're leaving behind all kinds of mess down there that needs to be cleaned up, or I would like to see it cleaned up. All this big gap down here, I'd like to see that cleaned up. For you, if you're a seller, oh, hold on, no. For you as a seller, man, for you to take this trade down here, that's what you need to see. You need to see this right here. You got to see. If you don't see it, no trade for you. Trade the zone, trade the levels. Bulls, you better show up. if you want my take on this, what I think happens, I think you're waiting until end of month. That's what I think. I think you're waiting for end of month. I think you might get it during OPEX next week, but like we need more downside. I'll be honest with you. I'm a fucking bull that likes to buy cheap shit. I don't like buying $50,000, $100,000 calls when we're sitting up here. I want nothing to do with it. You know, I'm trading like $1,000, $5,000, that kind of shit, but I don't want to put any size on up in here. So please, if you're a seller, do us a fucking solid. Cool this shit off for us. I don't think you can. There's a pin up here. There's a JP Morgan fucking pin into the end of the month, man. So I think we're up here until end of the month. We'll get this slow roll over. Probably going to get a sideways trade in here. You know, like just this crappy sideways trade. We'll get we'll have 1 or 2 days of volatility for OPEX and for end of month. You like if the Thursday is down, you get an up Friday or some shit like that. But I'm telling you, like, no dice, no joy for sell side once again. No joy. Absolutely none. So I'm out of calls here. I have some June 30 or June 20th puts. 420. I don't know, man, if I'm going to get them. I'm some suspect of it. So hopefully I can get some volatility to unfuck myself from that trade. It was a free trade for me anyway, so I don't really care, but it's more of a hedge. Now, so for me personally, I'm looking to buy this dip down here. You get down here to 435. You get down here doing that kind of business right now. Actually, matter of fact, we're below it right now. 436.23. We're actually below the I'm making a mistake here. Hold on a minute. We're actually below it. These dirty bears trying to get underneath it. Right now they are. These dirty little bears. I apologize. Look at these bears. You dirty dogs, you. You dirty, dirty dogs. Let's take a look at SPY here real quick. You dirty dogs. That shit already moved up, didn't it? Look at these bears, dude. They're awesome sauce. I want you to see this right here. These sellers, see this right here? See a big squeeze up? This is the hourly trigger. Let's see if I can show you this in a better time frame here. Dirty, dirty dogs. You sellers, dude. Take it over, dude, and sell this shit down. So right here, right? I want you to see this right here. See all that action right there? Like that violent move, come back up. Right? Bam. Boom. Boom. And the bulls are trying to get right back on it again. I'm going to have to add some puts for tomorrow. I'm liking this. Good job, sellers. Look right here. We are below right now, the 1, the 5, and the hourly. They're definitely trying to get back in here and sell this shit down. Hold on here. So I am a seller right now. I'm going to have to get some puts for the close. Hold on here. Right in here. Look at that, you dirty dogs. Dirty dogs. Good boys, sellers. Downside target, at least, dude. Get me down there, man. Where are we at down there? Oh, yeah, right there. 427, 425. What is that for a date? 14th, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Friday for 426. Still not that big. Still not that big. 426 on Friday. Sellers are trying to get this bad boy down right now. Sellers trying to go rejection and take that bad boy out. It's not too bad. It's pretty good. But that's for Friday. I don't know, man. I'm not going with the sellers here. No trade for me. No trade for me. I'm with the bulls on this one. Move this up for you. I might have no trade here. Not often they don't have a trade here. Not too often that I have a trade here. Bull's still not confirming it right now. A little bit. Yeah, hold on. Maybe I'll get some. Hold on a second here. $440s for Friday, 16th, 17th, 20th, 17th, 16th. All right, so I'm on 440Cs for Friday for the 16th. 440C for the 16th. I'm on them. I'm taking them. 440C for the 16th. If we break below and reject down here at all, I'll cut them loose. 440C, 17th. Next 2 days, 0 to 8 mania. To the upside. You got to sell me below that green line. If you can't sell me under this, I'm not closing them. Too much demand here. They'll tell you what, these fucking bears, man, they need more oomph. They need more oomph. They're not getting it. Target above 441, 443 by Friday. Get above 15,000. Damn. Let's look at the 15 minute. Let's take a look around. Yeah, we're kind of there right now. We need price to close up here. The 15-minute chart. We need more push on the white line on the 15-minute, like that kind of stuff. We need price to kind of do this, go higher. They're going to try to push it down, that kind of stuff. So I'm on some calls for Friday. Let's look at the hourly. Jesus, look at that demand, dude. Fuck. Dude, like nobody's business. Let me in. Like these sneaky, dude, that's not me and you buying. That's not you and I. Dude, look at that. 4-hour chart. See if we see anything. No direction yet on 4-hour here. Indecision candle. You're going to get bears telling you. You know what bears are going to tell you, right? Bears are going to tell you that buyers are losing here. I'm going to tell you that blood is coming. Look at that. Look at that fucking daily candle right there. Indecision. Spinning top. Battle of the bulls and the bears in here. Oh, turning green for a minute. It's turning green. You are seeing some sellers trying to get in here. Slamming, 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 slamming. Now, they're definitely going to call this a top. I'll give that to the sellers, man. They're going to say that's top. Sellers are going to try to claim this as a top right here. Guaranteed. They're also going to tell you something else in this stream. They're going to tell you that no new high on the day is bearish. They're going to tell you that you're going to come up here, not fail to get the new high, and they're going to sell this shit on you tomorrow. Man, I'm going to have to take these calls off if we get up there. Try and reset them again tomorrow. We're trading 79 cents right now. I'm going to be flat again by the close. I'm going to be flat today by the close, I guarantee it. I am. I could possibly be flat. I'm not kidding you. I could possibly be flat by this close. Because I think the name of the game is going to be just buy this shit all the way up. Like you buy this green right here, man. Like you just buy this, you buy this, you buy this until it stops working. 80 cents right now on 440C. Jesus. Insane. I'm going to take some off here in just a minute and try to reset it. See if I can get a fill here. Come on, Dr. Phil. Get me 80 cents. Oh, shit. Come on. Just one more penny. Nope. Pumping me up and down right now like 10 cents. Like 70 cents, 80 cents, 70 cents, 80 cents. Still long here. They're pumping me up and down here. I can see the repricing going on. They're trying to reprice us. We push up right now. They're repricing the whole week's options. Fucking again, they are. This is a 1 minute chart on the SPOOs. See if this holds. Here's your hourly trigger right here. Clean up some of this stuff here. Your hourly trigger. We know that we have supply right up in here. We've got some major sellers up in here. They're trying to come down on you in this close. These sellers are trying to get this close on you right now. They're like trying to do a surprise motherfucker in tomorrow, right? Low liquidity environments. We might have a down open tomorrow. Like come into the after hours like a cat out of the tree. I sold 4 contracts and we dropped it 10 or 100 points. Come on. Yeah, you'll probably get some good futures action in this trade. Futures traders probably have a good trade coming up here tonight. Should be. I have to trade futures tonight. You sell like one contract and the SM or the ES goes down like fucking 500 points. They're controlling the entire complex here. Oh boy, they're trying right now. I mean, these sellers, they're like right here. Bam, bam, trying to get underneath. Revenge trading. I'm going to bet that sellers are in charge right now. Almost bet sellers are in charge. Yeah, I'm going to try to trade, I'm going to try to sell futures if I can. They're vicious right now. There's some like heavy selling in here. There's like a boiler room somewhere in here, and they're just like, get this shit down. They want that close so bad in here. Bunch of stinky Pete's. Oh no, dude. I've got 440s for Friday. I got 440s for Friday right now. Those aren't today. Those aren't zero dates. Those aren't zero dates. I'll switch bearish right here. If they close this under green, I'll close them out and I'll go bearish. When do we get the PJ? You know what? I was thinking about doing it. My buddy, Vol Wiz was like, Volatility Wiz was like, if you come out and you trade late night, you should do a stream for it and have people watch you trade the nighttime. So I was thinking about it. I was thinking about having no. See, I want you guys to know something. If you're a seller here, you need to be underneath. You have to be underneath. Have to have confirmation. You have to have confirmation here. You have like all kinds of work to do as a seller. You have all kinds of fucking work. Like you got work to do, baby, if you're a seller. You got work. You got all kinds of work. Like this isn't good enough right here. That's not good enough. You like being like a cat coming out of the trees over here is not good enough. Like you need to be underneath, confirm the move lower. You got to zoom out from a 1 minute chart. You got to zoom out. Higher time frame. Much higher time frame. Good question though. They're trying. Sellers are here, man. They're trying. This is probably the first time I've seen sellers here too. Let's look at a larger time frame here. Let's have a sober face on. You know, first time sellers have had a chance right there. Congratulations. Good job. You still have not printed my puts yet to the downside. So for the 20th, they're still bleeding. So I've got nothing here for that trade. This is probably the best that I've seen for sellers. I don't like seeing that one big green reversal candle there. For me, at least, I don't like seeing that. I don't like seeing this and then this big green up here. Sellers are not winning at this point. I assure you, they're not winning. They're going to try to win. They're going to come out here and they're going to tell you this is the top. They're going to tell you stupid bulls. They're going to take this trade. It's a trap to the downside for tomorrow and Thursday. I'm not anti this trade, but I think it's a futures trade and not a cash market trade. They might get some nonsense like this, revisit the low tomorrow. Remember that too. Revisit the low and then we come back up. This is like a fucking futures trade in here. You know, you'll have some bear will come out tomorrow and he'll be like, yeah, stupid bulls didn't know we were going to revisit that low tomorrow. Something like that nonsense. Bulls will be like, that's a double bottom. We're going up into Friday. Some kind of shit like that too. So there's probably a trade in here for futures. Probably a trade. If you're a futures trader, you probably got a good trade in here for the close. And we'll see how this closes out. If you see me awake on FinTwit tonight, I'll be watching for it. If there's a good sell, you'll see me on FinTwit. I will post those things on FinTwit. We're going to start selling right now. Yeah, if the streams are helping you, if you're making money, if you're not losing all your money, if you stayed on the sidelines today, if you learned anything today, congratulations. If you want to support the stream, let me see if I can find a support button. If you want to donate to the stream, if you want to see the stream grow, if you want to see the Discord grow, if you want to be a part of the community, this is all free, all of it. There is no mandatory paying. Oh, I shouldn't say that. We have a $5 fee to chat sometimes, and that's because we get overrun with scams, bots, and people that just stop in. So there's a way for you to support the stream. If you'd like to keep seeing this thing happen as it is. If it doesn't work, we'll shut it off, and you can be on your own once again. I appreciate all of you showing up, all of the admins, the moderators, from all of it, from Twitch, YouTube, Discord, the people that manage my social media accounts on Twitter and other places. I am very grateful to you as well. It's a big shout out to Chaz out there. You guys are going to see some cool stuff coming. Remember, on Friday, the stream will be here. I will not be here. I think Binky said he might try to hop in the stream for you, so you'll have a personality on with you for Friday's stream. I will be here with you tomorrow. It is now 3:35. We have a half an hour left. You have my take on what to expect. I do want you to know something. I'm going to say something to you real clear here. I want to be clear with you. I don't think this happens right now. Like my view here in the market is it needs to cool off. Big time. Like needs to cool off into the end of June, needs to cool off in the beginning of July. If you aren't in the Discord, you probably don't know that. I want to see the market roll over and cool off. But I do want to make you aware of something. If at any point we get over 440, right? Any point, we will trade 460. So just be aware of that, okay? Not will. I can't say we will. But if we get above 440, we will attempt to trade 460. I want you to also know this market is bullish, man. If it becomes bearish, I will let you know. If we start to crash this market, we'll trade it together, and I'll show you each step along the way. I go over it inside this stream, what to look for that bearish reversal. And I mean the big one, like volatility, 3,200, 2,800, all that kind of nonsense. If we do that, I'll be there right with you trading it all the way down. But for right now, the way this market is, it is not the bearish that you think it is. Be clear on that. This market is being bought. The dips are being bought. They're exhibiting all the signs of a very bullish, very strong market. And Jerome Powell did a really good job today pausing and also telling you more rate hikes are coming. That actually helps a bull, believe that or not. I know you don't believe that, but more rates coming down the road makes this market trade sideways and up over time. Hopefully cools it off a little bit here with his statement today. But the move is up and to the right as of right now that I can see. When inflation starts bottoming out, when employment starts rising, when there's no demand, when job offers are disappearing, we'll probably be at the end of that cycle. We'll get one last leg down. You'll be happy if you're a seller. They're delaying it on you right now, in my view. Hey, thanks, Follow Block, for supporting the stream. I'll check all of you guys out tomorrow. It's 3:38. You got 20 minutes left. I am still long calls here for Friday. If I get a print on those at any point today into this bell, I will close them. I'm going to close the stream early today. I want to let you know something. If we close higher into this bell, right, if we squeeze up or any kind of creepy crawly stuff, right, I will close those calls because I'm going to tell you what I'm looking to do. I'm looking to buy this green bar, right? I'm looking to sell this green bar below. Buy the green bar above, sell the green bar below. If you don't have a way to trade this in after hours, like if you can't hedge in futures, you have no business trading this green bar unless you're in cash market. Because I'll tell you something, right? I want you guys to understand something. We go to this close, right? And you're like, I'm buying a call here. And in the overnight, they slip underneath it. You're going to have no way to hedge yourself. So if you can't do that, you have no business buying this green bar unless you're in cash market or that you can close in cash market. My midterm view is a rollover to the downside. I'm looking for 420 at least, 426, 420. Depends on how long that time takes. And matter of fact, if it takes longer, we're going up. We're not even going to go down there. We can trade sideways for like 3 weeks and just start blasting off again. If we can do it fast and painless next few days, I don't see that happening in the next few days, but if we can, targets down below, 423, 410. I'd love to get it. You guys need anything else from me at this point? You guys all happy? Have a good day? Yes, please do not please do not sign up for a premium account on the website. Do not put your credit card in. Just sign up for a free account. Everything is free. You guys are always going to have a free option. Another key point in this is any of the paid options you're going to get to try for free. We're going to let you use them. You tell me if you think it's worth the money or not. If you don't think it's worth the money, the free option that you've always had will always be there. You'll have a couple rooms on Discord. You'll have streams available to you. There'll always be a free option for you. I will see all of you guys tomorrow at 9:30. Hope you had a great week. Hope the lead up was great.